Steffi here again. I can't believe it. I'm trying to film a part 2 of the Barbie video. Like there wasn't enough of the Barbie video the first time. Oh goodness. So again, thank you, Claudia. This has been a great idea. I've actually enjoyed it. I've been having a good time. And it gives me an excuse to look through my collection, which I usually don't have an excuse to do. So yeah, I'm not actually finished filming it yet. I had to kind of hurry up with this because the sun's going down. I didn't want to lose too much of the light. But yeah, I thought I'd come out and film an intro and yeah, try to think of a few things to say as part of the introduction. Okay, so I want to correct some, I want to make a correction already. In the beginning, I start talking about a Jane doll. That doll is actually from Tarzan, the Disney Tarzan movie. Other than that, there's just going to be some of the new dolls. Over 15, I don't have an exact number because it does change, but it's definitely going to be under 20. And what else? Backgrounds, things like that, new things. So yeah, that's it. I guess the doll video is gonna start now, and I'm gonna go back inside where the dolls are. Okay, I'm just gonna be winging this because that seems to be the way things work best. So let me just have no plan and just talk and see where it goes. And hopefully it doesn't take too long. Alright, so this doll I kind of broke down and got after thinking about it for a month. I think about dolls and I'm like, I see it, I know about it, it's enough. And then I'm just finally like, if I'm going to think about this every day, I might as well just get it and then it'll be off my mind. Especially since it's like around $10. Do I want to like fixate on something and just think about it all the time? Or do I just want to just spend the $10 and then just clear my mind? That's probably bad. I could probably talk to like somebody about that. Like, how do you not do that? So anyway, this doll, I changed her outfit because well, she's a Millie sculpt, of course, and Millie sculpts are all over the place these days. But yeah, because of that, I did not want to hold on to her. But she came in this outfit. As you can see, it's like a blue haltered style dress, which is actually this dress. She came in this dress. And the color and the bows, I was like, that's very reminiscent of Perfume Pretty, which is, of course, one of my favorite iterations of Barbie in the 80s, Perfume Pretty. Whitney, most specifically, but as you could see, this is an original Perfume Pretty fashion, and it had the tulle and the bows embedded in the tulle. And now, that's as far as Mattel's gonna go for a playline doll. They're not gonna do a lot, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. So basically, even though it's not on the box here, this is a homage to Perfume Pretty. And so I'm going to donate her. I just put her in something so I could donate it. But I did want the outfit. Not because it's strikingly beautiful or anything, but it's just kind of like, oh, yeah, Perfume Pretty. I love that. And I'm probably going to show a different version of that coming up. But yeah, so just to kind of give an overview of what's going on. So there's that. And then Claudia, your stand-in, I put in some more normal clothes. I think that she has a model muse body. That's why she looks like this. She's not built like a traditional Barbie in any way or a fashion doll. She's actually a bit taller. And I put her in a fun time shirt. The shirt is missing the hands of the clock on the shirt, but that's fine, you know. I would have liked to get like a regular white tank top or t-shirt, but you know, these days you really have to go out of your way to find like normal looking Barbie clothes. So in the meantime, it's fine. And then this doll, the European version, I had some Miss Flair fashions. I'm going to show those later. And they're actually so good quality compared to what you could find today that I just went ahead and dressed her in something else. And it's pretty nice. Came with shoes and a matching bag and real fabric and a detachable belt. And you know, that's what they were doing back in the early to mid 80s, and I love it. It's like real clothing. I mean, can you imagine getting this for like under $2 versus if you go to find a fashion pack today? I mean, this is kind of what you get. Just yeah, so I'm not going to go on and on about it. But anyway, so Elizabeth is still wearing her fun her fun outfit. And okay, I'm just trying to film as much as I can in one shot so I don't have to, you know, do a bunch of stuff. All right, so I got this Jane doll. I saw this and I was like, you know, she's a decent price. And I was like, let me get her. And who else was on sale with her? It was this doll. I actually just wanted to get this doll for the outfit, but whoever sold her to me, I guess just figured it would be too much work to take the clothes off, so they just threw the entire doll in the box. So I was like, that's nice. This Ily doll is actually the Ily that's produced by the Disney store. Um, there are two Ilys. There's one produced by a company called Jack's Pacific. They sell in Walmart and Target. And the Disney store version, I guess, just sells on the Disney store website or in like a Disney themed store. So the difference is, okay, so this is a Jack's Pacific Ily doll. You can see her eyes are painted on. This Ily doll has like inset eyes. So they're actually like a separate part of the face. I don't know if that's showing up very well. How I could get that to show up, but okay. Yeah, so she actually has like plastic 3D eyes. And I didn't really want to get the Disney version, but since it just came with the outfit, I was like, oh, fine, you know. And they sit funny. Like they can't sit with their legs closed. They kind of have to sit with like their legs at 90 degrees, whereas the Jack's Pacific version is jointed in such a way that they can sit down and have their knees together. So, yeah, got got that in, and I was going to put this outfit on another doll, but you know, she came in dressed like this, and I figured why not, you know, I'll hold on to it. All right, so then someone said online that someone that does a lot of Disney research, they were like, Jane, if you look at clues from the movies, is actually the grandmother of Belle. And you know, I'll trust them. I'm not gonna go do my own research into this, but I was like, that's kind of neat. I mean, I see the motifs that they're using in the clothing. They both have the yellow rose motif. So maybe there's something to this. So, yeah, I just wanted to say that first pass going through. Again, this video probably won't be more than an hour long, I'm hoping, because I'm already at like, for this segment, I'm already at like 7 minutes. So I'm really gonna try to be a little quicker on this one. I have to be. All right, so that's it. Yeah, I'm gonna put her away until next year, but she's got her little outfit on for the winter party, and yeah, that's it. So that's all I could say about them right now. I'm probably going to get into the boxed dolls next. Okay, so let's start looking at the boxed dolls. There's only going to be 4. I might take 3 out of the box. So yeah, somebody dropped the price. And of course I was thinking about it. It shouldn't be a shock or a surprise that I was thinking about this. All right, so I finally was able to get the original first Black Barbie in the box for commemorative purposes. And I'm going to take her out, and then I'm going to put her back in the box. The whole thing about, you know, just for collectors, probably understand, not like you ever want to sell your dolls, but you keep your dolls in the box because, you know, if you do want to sell them, they will be worth more in the box if they're like pristine and all that. So, yeah, because the boxes are just as rare as the dolls. So here's the back of the box. It says Black Barbie, and it says gorgeous face and black hair. I love how they have the exclamation points after everything. So you're supposed to be really enthusiastic about all of this stuff. Stylish hair comb pick, stud hoop and dangle earrings, modern necklace and ring, arms that pose like a model's, twisting waist, fabulous bodysuit with wrap and snap disco skirt. So really awesome there. Shoes. you got shoes. We're going to get some shoes too. Many glamorous model poses, and doll needs support to stand. Mattel number 1293. They have a little graphic. And then, let's see here. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. And then it says 1979. So that is why it's kind of confusing. Like the people that are looking for it, they're like, they keep calling it 1980, but yeah, it does say 1979 on the box, which is why a lot of times I think that there is, you know, confusion when people try to name things because their copyright dates aren't the same as their release dates. So gorgeous fashion model appearance, glamorous posability fashion jewelry. So gonna open that one up. But yeah, you can see the font changed. They used to have, this is kind of like a dark purple. But yeah, they went through a period in the early 80s where they had the 80s font with like a, in white. And then they'd have like dark purple like this, or they'd have like a dark navy blue backing to kind of make it seem like the font was kind of jumping out towards you. So, okay, yeah. And just to think that I had this doll when I was my first doll, and then this packaging just got tossed, you know, nobody thought about that at the time. It wasn't important. But yeah, and I remember I didn't like her dress either because I don't think she looks great in red. I mean, since we're like a similar color season, I'm like, okay, she looks better in blue and other colors. But yeah, so I got rid of, you know, I got rid of her dress. So now I have the original dress back. And you could see, like in the back, I'm going to get to it. That's what they were referencing when they came out with this doll last year, the year before. And then as you could see, I managed to get another one of her, but that's it. Like, that is it. I just wanted to get another doll so I could actually dress her because I really wanted to keep this doll in the outfit I have her in. And this one kind of lets me, you know, use her more as like I could switch it up and not worry about it so much. Not be so precious about it. And then, of course, this doll was the 2015 repro of these dolls. And then the one in the back is the budget version. So, yeah, okay. We're going to get more into that soon. But I just want to show you the boxes and stuff first. And, yeah, that's her in the box. She's black. She's beautiful. She's dynamite. It was the late 70s. Okay, here are the ones in the box that we're going to cover. Today is going to be very Black Barbie and Perfume Pretty Barbie heavy. We're going to jump into that, and we might even stop by the club and the football game. So that's going to be coming up. We got to get through this first. Oh, and I just wanted to say, I watched a video by a YouTube creator named Lao Sky Painter. I really do enjoy her videos. They're always so colorful and bright and fun, and she held up this, and she's like, I don't know where this came from. Well, Lau, if you see this video, this came from Perfume Giving Ken. He came with a paper bouquet of flowers, perfume, gift. he was a great date. He showed up bearing all sorts of fun things. So that is where that is from. If you wanted to look that up and, I don't know, get Perfume Giving Ken, that's where it came from. And then here we go with the Perfume Pretty Whitney. This is what I mean about the font. I really did want an example of the, Whitney text and Ken with the Barbie font, the 80s Barbie font. But yeah, it's just like, if you just want a clean font, sometimes they had extra things. Like in this case, they had the bows for Perfume Giving and Perfume Pretty. So yeah, that's just a small detail. I decided not to take Perfume Giving Ken or Nurse Whitney out of the box. I was like, no, it's not that big of a deal. You could really, I wish, I don't know. I wish I could do away with this glare, but I feel like, you could kind of see her pretty clearly. It's not that bad. So, okay, that's why I'm close up on her right now. That's how she looks. But what I really wanted to do was compare these three dolls. In the last video, there was a point where I was confused. I didn't remember that she was Wedding Day Tracy. I thought she was Sweet Rose's PJ. And I had to check, and then, yeah, this is Wedding Day Tracy. Where are you? Here. But as you can see, like, they are very similar. They all have the Steffi face. Getting them together, it's like, oh, yeah, of course, but loose and out of the outfit, it could be a little confusing. But, yeah, that's the difference. She looks like she has a slightly smaller face and less of a forehead show, but that might be a little bit because of her hairstyle. Eye makeup is different. But yeah, they definitely look similar. She's, of course, earlier 80s. She's late 80s. She is early 80s, too. I just feel like their heads were more compact in the early 80s. And then if I could just get her without a lot of... Well, I can't really, but okay. Yeah. So, also a Whitney. So... Nurse Whitney and Perfume Pretty Whitney, and one that I don't have, what is Jewel Secrets Whitney. All look slightly different, but yeah, that was the Whitney sculpt back then. So yeah, I just wanted to compare those three, and yeah, that's it. I decided against taking Perfume Giving Ken out of the box. I figured everything that was interesting to see, was pretty much visible through the cellophane. But what I wanted to do was show Lilac and Lovely Barbie out of the box. Again, love that font. And she came with a little card that said, yes, I really want to be a Barbie fan club member and receive the Barbie Magazine 4 times a year. I actually did get Barbie Magazine. It was great. It had like some really amazing full color pictures in there, and Barbie went on adventures, and it was nice. All right, so as a member of the Barbie fan club, I should try to see if I could get a copy of that. But okay, so basically you get 4 issues, and it costs $7, and you're supposed to wait 10 weeks. So yeah, there's that. But what I'm going to try to do is, I wanted to see these advertisements in the back. I could probably put them back really easily. So I'm going to try to, yeah, that's her hem. It's nicely finished. Yeah, oh, and I love this. Like, I'm getting distracted. This is not about Lilac and Lovely right now. This is about Perfume Pretty. So, even though this is really a really cool dress, yeah, I'm gonna try to get the advertisements out so we could look at some more of the Perfume Pretty fashions. Okay, it turns out that I cut this in order to decorate the box a certain way. But that doesn't mean we still can't look at it, because it's still pretty clear. Okay, so it says Barbie World of Fashion, but it has Perfume Pretty on the front. And I think that mainly just came with the Perfume Pretty ones. it featured her on the front. She's got that cute necklace. We'll see more of that soon. So this is Perfume Pretty with Perfume Giving. Ken, and then I'll show you the part that I cut out later. But it's like, all right, so there's that yellow dress. Ah, man, I do have it. I'll show it next. Okay, so that's the yellow dress. And one thing I want to say about that, yeah, and they came with like a fuchsia suit with like lavender accents. I wish this would be clear. I hope this is coming through kind of clear. I know it's kind of hard to see. And then what is this? California Dream, Teresa Christie, Barbie Ken image. So that's where that skirt came from that time. Yeah, these little pamphlets are often very helpful. So there was a line called California Dream Barbie. And then I do remember she came with like what was it? A hot dog stand. A hot dog, what does that say? Yeah, hot dog stand. I do remember that. It's like if you get all this stuff and try to set it up, I can't even imagine like a room would look like with all these sets that Barbie had set up. And then you have Ken is on a beach taxi vehicle. And I guess it's like, is Barbie on the bike? Yeah, she's on a taxi. Okay. So then, okay, Teen Fun Skipper. It's hard for me to see where this starts. Okay, yes, there's so many skippers. All right, so she had different fashions you could get. Sorry, this is not the best. I'm trying to hold this with like one hand. That's a cute one. It's like all lace. And they have numbers. So if you want to look these up, the numbers will probably help. I hope. And then closet carrier set. There's a number there, 7222. Bright and breezy fashions. I used to love these little things. I mean, you wouldn't always find these at the stores. Like, you wouldn't always find everything you're looking for, but, you know, you're a kid. You can't buy anything anyway, so you can look all you want, but it's not gonna, it's not gonna translate into you actually having this stuff. Okay, so that's what this looked like. And then on the back, oh yeah, I wanted this. And I almost got this a few years ago, and I was like, no, what am I thinking? Island Fun. It came with a hut. Island Fun hut. Yeah, I just didn't have any more room, and it just didn't make sense. So, yeah, here's some of the pictures. Who's that? Steven and Christy. Huh. Thankfully, I'm not. Okay, so then of course, the ice cream shop. We saw that in the last video. This girl's looking like she's having a great time. It is fun. I agree. Alright, so what is this? Blinking Beauty Horse. I mean, there's just so much Barbie stuff. Like, oh, wow. If Mattel ever did like a museum and just showed every single thing that they ever produced, that would be really awesome to see. Okay. So we saw Nurse Whitney and Dr. Barbie. They came with a playset too. There was a My First Barbie. That was like a ballerina with the straight arms. Gift-giving Barbie. And then Fun Time in the 3 versions, even though that teal isn't as dark. Or maybe it's just the lighting. But yeah, it came in pink, lavender, and blue. And it came with watches. Sorry, this is so shaky. Alright, yeah, that's what's on that one. And then this one is part of what I cut out. This Perfume Pretty Whitney in that one. And then the way as a kid I used to stare at this stuff, like these advertisements for jewelry, and be like, do I want that? Like, I don't know. What I used to do instead was this is kind of cheesy, but I used to go through the Sears catalog and cut out the pictures of jewelry and like tape it to my arms. And I was like, what I would spend my time doing as a kid. So yeah, I didn't get a chance to splurge on the good stuff. I had to use paper. Paper, not plastic. Um, yeah, and then here's some more perfume pretty fashions. Those are fun. Those are a lot of fun. And pretty, what is it? Barbie scented fashions. Yeah. So that's what was on the advertisement. Let's see. Oh, can't miss this. Barbie and the Sensations. We saw those dolls last time. They came with, let's see here. Yeah. It's like Barbie and the Sensations, Bopsy Barbie, Belinda and Becky. Hanging out at the, I bet they had a playset too. I just don't remember what their playset was called. It's not in here. Barbie and the Sensations fashions. But that should probably come up pretty easily if you do a computer search. Oh, and they came with a jukebox and stuff. So they had like accessories. So that's that. Yeah, perfume pretty advertisements. Okay, so I wanted to just show I put Lilac and Lovely back in the box and re-put the advertisements behind her. So that's what we were just looking at. And that's how it would look in the box. Yeah, so I did that. And then I put the Perfume Pretty Fashion, the yellow dress, on one of the Miss Flair dolls, the Tootsie dolls. So this is the yellow one. And I'm going to keep her out because eventually I'm going to do like a wrap up of what I have of the Perfume Pretty dolls and fashions. So I just love this one. And I checked online the other day, and if you type this in, like Perfume Pretty Fashions in the box, it's crazy what they want for this dress now. But if you just type in Barbie vintage yellow dress, you can find it for a lot less. Because like the people that have it that don't know what it is just are selling it like it's a regular dress. And it is a regular dress, but for some reason it's like when sellers know exactly what it is and they're like really knowledgeable, then the price goes up. So that's a way to get it. Because if you search for it like under the Perfume Pretty, it's gonna be high. But if you just kind of scroll through all those listings, you will probably find it and it will be reasonable. So that's what I would recommend for that. All right, so this is the back of the Lilac and Lovely box, even though, you know, this is not really what we were trying to talk about, but it's pretty. It's really pretty. What's she doing down there? She's like a showgirl. Yeah, what's she doing? Um, that's what I was talking about in the other video about like the fussy headpieces in the 80s, like for brides sometimes they were kind of crazy. But yeah, it's fun. Um, and then it looks like she's got a tutu. I guess this is all stuff you could do with like with her little neck wrap. You could put it around her head. She could wear it like a skirt. She could wear it like a stole. I mean, you could do all kinds of things. It says Lilac and Lovely, Barbie. Lilac and Lace, Magic by Moonlight. So that's fun. I love it. Good stuff. I thought it would be good to go through these. I do have these fashion booklets, so I have a couple of them. This one is from 1984. It's not my original one, so any of the handwriting on them is not mine. But as you could see, there's like Crystal Barbie and Ken, Loving You Barbie, Fashion Fantasy. I don't know if the numbers are going to be easy enough to see. Maybe if you have like a large screen, it'll come up. Great Shape Barbie doll. Another Fashion Fun. Sweet Rose's PJ. Let me see. It's kind of like, all right, maybe I'll just go through it and then zoom in later. Happy Birthday, Barbie. Sun Gold. Malibu Dolls. Tracy and Todd. Wedding Day. Angel Face Barbie. My First Barbie. Prince Horse, or no, Prancer Horse. And Dallas Midnight. Honey Dixie Horses. Barbie Fashion Extras. Twirly curls. Yes, I guess. You know, the ones that I really remember the most are from 1984. Because I do have a lot of these. I don't have great shape. I wasn't all that into it. Into great shape Barbie. Loving You. Wasn't really into Loving You either. I wasn't really crazy about the dress. Crystal Barbie. I got that later. Sweet Rose's PJ. Wasn't really crazy about the dress. You know, I'm not really that into like pink and red Barbie dresses. I know that's like a staple, like people think of Barbie and they think of pink, but I kind of liked, you know, the late 70s. It was just normal clothes. I don't like all the exaggerated, because, you know, most people don't wear things like that. And the fun thing about Barbie is she's wearing clothes that you, as a kid, you imagine older people wearing, going about their lives, having this really fun life. And adults at that time were not wearing a ton of pink and red, you know? It was just like regular clothes, kind of like this, you know? You know, for the most part, that's fun. So yeah, that's this side of the booklet. Okay, other side of the booklet. I just realized before I started recording this, I actually have one of these fashions, and I didn't realize it was from 1984. Now I know more about it. Okay, so on the top row, it says Barbie Twice as Nice Reversible Fashions. And I have the second one and the pants, and I'll show you that in a second because I have one of the Barbies in that right now. And then on the bottom it has Ken's Fashions. Ken Twice as Nice Reversible Fashions. So I don't know if you could see this. I'll just sort of pan around so you could see. And then it goes into fashion, Skipper Fashion Fantasy, and My First Barbie Fashions, Wedding Day Fashions, Silver Sensation Fashion. Let's see here. And there's a Barbie Silver Vet, Nighttime Magic Fashion on the bottom over there. I'm going to zoom in soon. What does that say? Sometimes it's easier for me to read in through the phone, and sometimes it's not. Spectacular Fashions. And then that one says, what does that say? Designer Collection. All right, so I'm going to zoom in. But wait, first I'm going to show you. Those yellow pants right there, that's the second image on the first row. See if I could zoom in. Oh no. Why? Okay, so yeah, there it is. I didn't realize I have that jacket too. I didn't realize that you could reverse that. So that's what it looks like. Okay, here's some more zoomed in. I'm trying to find a way to do this without it making a lot of noise. My equipment is not exactly professional. Okay, I think that is it for this brochure. Okay, here's another Barbie fashion booklet. She's got a Ferrari, Barbie Ferrari in the silver. She's got Animal Lovin' Barbie. They came with like little animal figurines. Who's this? Oh, of course they have the fashions. Animal Lovin' fashions. And then Ballet Barbie. My first Ken. The Ballet Barbies. Dance and Dress Play Case. Beach Blast Pool and Patio. Those lounge chairs are fun. And then who are these? Beach Blast Barbies, Teresa, Steven, Miko. Okay, I think filming this, just holding it with my hand is working a little bit better because these are some weird movements to try to manage with the camera stand. So there's Style Magic Barbie. She comes with extensions. I was thinking, Claudia, I could probably get your Barbie extensions. And then it's kind of like, I need to think of better things to do with my time because, I mean, you know, it's one thing if I'm like stressed out and I just want something to do, but it's just a bit much. They even make wigs for Barbies, but they're like $24. At that point, it's just like, what am I doing? I mean, I could use my imagination. This is not something that I need to do. Okay, so there's a soda shop again. Dance club. Yes, there we go. No one was wearing that when we were clubbing. In the 80s, yeah, I'm sure people had this going on, but this was not what was going on in 96. So, all right, there's the ice cream shop. And Blinking Beauty Horse. Doll cases. And Shop and Style Boutique. Gift Giving Barbie and Garden Party Barbie and Fun to Dress. That last pamphlet was from 85 or 86, I'm sorry. So, yeah, that was clubbing in 85 where so this pamphlet is from 95. So, yeah, I at this point I was like finding this all very boring. I was like, what is this? Not drawing me in. But this is a pamphlet from 95. And it says, make a list of your friends you might want to give a Barbie Fashion Avenue gift to this year. So I guess it was like gift ideas. Let's go shopping for Barbie. The other side of the pamphlet. More fashions for Barbie and Ken. Yeah, at this point, I just, like even today, I don't know what it is. I'm just not into it. Definitely once the 90 rolled around, I just wasn't really into it so much anymore. Oh, and that's one thing I want to correct from the previous video. I had a Barbie and the Sensations that had tinsel in her hair. She was Happy Birthday Barbie from 1990. So just in case. Yeah. Okay, this is Barbie World of Fashion booklet, 1981. I like it, but they didn't have pictures. They had hand drawings. So why, I don't know why. I don't know why. I guess it's just part of, well, I mean, when they had those earlier ones in the 60s, they had hand drawings too. So I don't know. Maybe it was just part of their, just continuation of what they always did before. So I can't really say much about these. I will just show the pictures because I'm sure they're very good pictures. I just can't really visualize it the way I can with actual photographs. And then maybe also I didn't really see these in stores because I wasn't, you know, even really a kid in 1981. Like I was still a baby, so I wasn't really, in the stores looking for Barbie fashions at that time. So maybe if I was older, at that time, I'd be able to identify these, but I can't. So in the meantime, I'll just show the pictures of what was available. The hand drawings. That's cute. It's like a little secretary dress. I love that. That's nice. Long sleeved. That would be cute. Hmm. For like a real thing that I could wear. Yeah, I love a long sleeved crew neck dress. I tell you, knee length, it's perfect. You could dress it up, you dress it down. I love that. I think that never goes out of style. This too. Crew neck tee, long neck tee, and skirt combo. It's wonderful. I meant to say long sleeve crew neck for that last one, but okay, so this is the other side. Yeah. So this is what the first image looks like. Do it the way fashion models do. So it's like an explanation. All right, so now these have names. And these are a little bit easier to recognize. Golden Dream. Let's see, there's a few. Oh yeah, there's the Pink and Pretty. Christy, that I am probably never going to get, though I wouldn't mind getting, but what I have is really good enough. It's fine. Magic Curl Barbie. She came, of course, in the Christy version or Barbie version. I guess maybe it would be Barbie at this point. Um, you know, in African American style for that one. Sensational Malibu, Ken and Skipper, maybe PJ. Designer Western Fashions, Barbie Best Buys. I had that dress. It was not my favorite. Oh, this is so cute too. This shirt with Barbie. I don't know. It's so tiny. But that pink nightie actually has Barbie's face on it. Super cute. Super cute. Ken Fashion Collectibles. It's like a robe or something in the end. I actually do like this booklet. I don't know what I was thinking. it's I really do. I do like it. I had to give it a chance. Yeah. Yeah, there's that bathing suit from my first Barbie doll. Very, very cute. These dolls are new, even though they're the same face mold as seen before. That's one thing I want to say next. That just reminded me. So this is my stand-in wearing club wear. Even though she's wearing little socks and um, platform saddle heels. And then this is like my stand-in school look. She's got a backpack on. And then this is a new character, Ily. This one is supposed to be I Love Oogie Boogie, I think, from The Nightmare Before Christmas. So she's got like green underneath her brown hair. And I have her in a I Love Winnie the Pooh outfit. Really cute. I haven't come up with shoes for her yet. I'm going to work on that. And she's a stand-in for my friend from college. My friend from college doesn't have this hair color, but yeah, this one really reminds me of her. And she might come in later in the video. And then this is her in her club look. When we would go out dancing, I don't think we ever wore silver, but we definitely wore these like mini dresses. My dress is longer than this. I'd have it to like maybe an inch or two above the knees. It was never like this tiny, but yeah, along those lines, ready to go out. Yeah, I love these ones. I'm gonna show some background soon and gonna put them in little scenes, and we'll see. I still have to decide. I still have to decide what's gonna happen next. Okay, so last video I said this was Wedding Day Tracy, and it is. However, imagine my shock and surprise when I realized that this is not Wedding Day Tracy's body. Wedding Day Tracy, let's see if I can pan over, has bent arms. So this is not her body. This is not her body. So, yep, that's what happens when you don't buy dolls in the box. New in the box. From 30 years ago or more. You have some surprises. You have some surprises. This is what it looks like in the totes themselves. You could get about 3 rows deep of the dolls, and they're just fine in there. So that's what it looks like in the totes. And inside the smaller totes, I keep their shoes and fashions, and I separate them in plastic bags, and I'll keep like a tag in there so I know which dolls the clothes go to, and then I'll have like gowns in their own bag. But yeah, I just basically keep accessories and outfits in these smaller boxes, and I just have 2, and that's plenty. And then, it's easy to put away, and I know that, as long as everything fits in these totes, then, that's fine. If I start running out of room, then I know I have to get rid of some things. So I just want to keep it at this. This is just, I don't know if I'd call it just enough, but it's where, it's not complete. It's not out of control. And if I see that takes a little more analysis. I don't know if it's crossed the line into completely out of control on some level, but this is fine for now. Someone I ordered some accessories from recently also threw this in the package. It's really nice because I probably wouldn't go looking for this or ever try to get this, but they sent me this ornament of Solo in the Spotlight. It's by Hallmark. It says Collector's Series. Yeah, so I thought that was pretty cool. I'm going to keep it with the stuff. And then a few days ago, I was at Aldi, and World's Smallest Toys has really miniature reproductions of Barbie. I'm probably going to keep it in the plastic packaging because anything this tiny, it's really hard for me to, you know, I won't lose it, but I mean, it's much easier for me to always know where it is if I keep it in a larger package. And then if you zoom in, it even comes with sunglasses. So it's like, yeah, if I took this out of the package, I can't guarantee that I'm going to keep these sunglasses. So that's that. I don't know if you were interested in that. Like, that would be at, I'm sure it's in a few different places, but it's at Aldi's too. And then I had this booklet, and I wish there wasn't this glare. It's really hard with the glare. But you'll see this doll again. That outfit, that pinafore, was called Friday Night Date. And it's number 979. And yeah, there's like a lot of the fashion illustrations in there. This is like from the early 60s. They had like a, product booklet. And then this dream house, the dream house, was $8. So, yeah. But, inflation, that wasn't really cheap back then either. So, yeah, it's like a cool little booklet. And this is the front of the booklet. If you wanted to search for it on eBay. Um, yeah, that's what it looked like on the front. And it has like more fashions in there. But yeah, I'll just show these two. Yeah, so that's that booklet. I thought I'd try to film a few more pages. I figured, why not? I mean, this is the time to do it. So this is the first page. It shows Barbie and Midge and explains some details about them. They were $3 each back in, I guess, I'm going to go out on a limb and say 63. Because then we know Midge is definitely on the scene by then. So, that's what it says about her. She's the girl next door. And who's that? I don't know. I would think that would be Skipper, but she may not have been out by then. So that's what these pages look like. Yeah, first two pages in the booklet. Okay, here's the next page. We have 3 fashions: Mood for Music, Theater Date, and Enchanted Evening. So they have numbers: 983. This glare. It's a little bit harder. Okay, what is this? 959 and 940. And there are people on eBay that have these, and these are, they're not cheap. But, I mean, if you're someone that's really into these early 60s fashions, then these numbers do help you locate them online. Okay, here's the next page. There's Fancy Free, that one that Midge was in, Porcelain Midge from the last video, 943. And then there is, what is that? Tennis Anyone, 941. Masquerade, 944. And what is this? Movie Date, 933. These fashions were $1.50. There's Party Date, 958. Knitting Pretty, 957. And Ski Queen, 948. Busy Morning, 956. I think this also comes in blue. I don't know. I think I've seen this in blue more than I've seen it in the peach. Icebreaker, 942. Graduation, 945. And Raincoat, 949. Nighty Negligee, number 965. Sorority Meeting, number 937. And Ballerina, number 989. So apparently there was a game, the Barbie game, Queen of the Prom. So be sure to play this exciting game of teenage girl activities. It was $4. It was probably similar to the Sweet Valley High game, so I know a little bit about that. And then they had mix and match fashion packs. That's a little bit hard to say. Yeah, that's cute. I guess these are more like random fashions, little bits and pieces. And the quality was so good back then. Oh my goodness. It's like Barbie's a fashion doll, and they have kind of gotten away from that at this point. I'm not seeing a lot of fashion these days, but to be fair, I'm not seeing a lot of fashion in general, just anywhere. I think we're slowly getting out of the athleisure, rut we're stuck in, but it's a slow process. We're seeing, less hoodies and lycra pants these days, but it's still pretty much, no one's really dressing up these days. Some more pieces. Shoes and oh, there's that apron. I know the aprons that I have. I on those repros. It did come with one of them. Well, I did get these utensils, like a rolling pin and a few other things. Yeah, it says comes in 3 colors: red, white, and blue. And when people were selling them back in 2015, I was able to get all 3 colors of this, which is fun. I really like it for some reason. And what else? Yeah. Oh my goodness, that little fur hat and gloves and in a bag with matching fur trim. That's cute. But see, I wouldn't enjoy dressing my dolls in these because I can't relate to it. But I still like looking at them. I think it's fun. I always enjoy looking at fashion. Love that. Fashion Queen Barbie and Ken trousseau set. So, trousseau, wardrobe for a wedding and honeymoon, I guess. And then Ken. Number 750. Oh, the trousseau was $25 back then. Wow. That's interesting. Fashion for Ken. Ski champion. Number 798. Saturday date. Let's see if I can get the glare off of that. There we go. Sorta. Okay. 786. Then what is this? Tuxedo. $787. And what is this here? Dreamboat. $785. Oh, and it comes with a hat. Very nice. Masquerade. You could dress Ken up like a clown, I guess. Number 794. Or a sailor. 796. The Yachtsman. 789. And what is this? Rally Day. Let's say here. Nice. 788. Okay, and last page, Dr. Ken. Let's see if I get zoom in. 793. Oop, can't see the top of his head. There he is. Graduation. Number 795. And Ken is a boxer. I don't think that has a number. That's just a illustration, I guess. All right. Well, that's it for this book. Oop, that's the back. You could tell it's Mattel. It's swell. And that's the book. There it is. Okay, the Ily Dolls are getting ready for their various activities. That's coming up. So I've got my friend in clubwear and schoolwear. And then I've got my stand-in ready for the club and school, even though I would not wear this. I never wore anything like this, but this is just, clearly there's a difference between schoolwear and clubwear. Yeah, so, I don't even think my friend was wearing skirts that short, but, Barbie fashion, like this is a Barbie dress. And it's really good that these Ily dolls can wear Barbie's clothes. They're just a little tight, but it's okay. It gives you more options. And then I have us in outfits for after the club, but that's something I'm gonna go into when I show the backgrounds. All right, so I just wanted to wrap up the Perfume Pretty section. I talked about how this was a fashion on a Millie doll that's in the stores now. You could get that at Walmart for sure. I don't know about Target, possibly at Target as well. And then I put this Miss Flair doll in one of my favorite yellow Perfume Pretty fashions. And then I was able to get a Whitney out of the box. So I put the Whitney that's in the box back in the box and put her back in the storage tote. I love her so much. She's really one of my favorite dolls. Even though her lipstick is coming off, it's fine with me. I think she looks great. Yeah, so I have the Whitney. She doesn't have her shoes, which is okay. And then I got a Perfume Pretty. I didn't have her as a kid, and her hair was kind of in really bad shape. So I cut it and like thinned her bangs out a little bit, and I think she looks cute. She looks fine, I think. So that's her original outfit and necklace. And then this is not Perfume Pretty. It is a Dream Date Skipper. And I wanted this one because she's using the same fabric for her skirt that I don't have it out right now. But if this doll had her arm, like her sleeves, it's the same fabric. And I really like it a lot. So, yeah, I'm going to keep them together. And now I have my Perfume Pretty set. I really, really love it. It's probably one of my favorite lines. But that's them. Okay, now it's time to look at some of the new backgrounds and backdrops. Barbie's still rooting for State. I wanted to film the backdrops. This first one is from 2001. It was for these dolls. I don't know anything about them, but I guess they were called Midnight Tuxedo Dolls. It says it's a member's choice doll, and it came with a backdrop of a room. So I'm going to turn it around and show the room that is of this backdrop. It says, put your dolls in a setting as lovely as they are. So here's the backdrop itself. I don't know if I like it yet, honestly. This is by Mattel, of course. The artwork isn't really that clear. There's kind of like a blurry aspect to this, which I don't really like that much, but I'm going to try to use it in something. I just wanted to show what it looked like, and I think the scale's a little bit off. I'll show you in just a second. That's what it looks like. So as you can see, regardless if I put the doll close to the backdrop or further away, it just looks like they're too big for the room. So I'm not quite sure what to do with this, except to just keep it to, I don't know. I mean, you could post dolls in front of it, but it's just that scale is just, I think the artwork needed to be a little bit smaller to create a sense of depth. It's just not, it's like the doll in the back, her head should not be taller than the archway behind her. So, yeah, and then there's like a door to a room to her right. And it's like she couldn't fit through that door. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll show this backdrop again later if I could figure out what to do with it. But right now, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, we'll see what happens. It just kind of doesn't matter. It's just they're not really in the scene. And this last background, I'm waiting for another piece for this one. But this is the background I want to use to represent the club. um, yeah, I'm still trying to work this out. I'm waiting for one more piece to come to add to this. But it's not, now that I'm seeing it, I don't know how I'm going to work it out. I'll have to think about it. But yeah, I thought this worked. Somehow this reminded me of, I mean, there wasn't like camera equipment, and maybe there was a fan. I don't remember. But yeah, like coming inside of the club, this is kind of like the entrance way. So it reminds me of one of the entrance ways. So yeah, this is the stand-in for me and my friend going into the club. And then this one is double-sided. I think this background was given out at a Barbie a Barbie doll convention. Yeah, a Barbie doll convention. I think in 2015. I've never been to a Barbie convention, but I think people that go, they, sometimes they sell the things they get there. Like it was like a gift that was given out to attendees. So, okay, I'll show you the other side. Here's the other side. I tried to look into this. Apparently, it's supposed to be of a real building in New York, the Decker Building. Um, I think the theme that year for the convention, it was something about pop art. And apparently, the Decker Building is where Andy Warhol had his studio. So I don't think it's really Barbie related, but they chose it for the backdrop they were making that year. So I'm using this one to be like outside of the club. So there's the other side of the backdrop. Okay, here's another background from Mattel. It's a stadium background. I have a feeling it came with, online it says it comes with Campus Hero, like the Campus Hero set, but as far as I could tell, I didn't see a background with that. So I really don't know where this background is truly from. But I do know it's Mattel. So I think this one, the scale is a bit better because the perspective is that the stadium is huge and it's, stretching really far back You even see mountains in the distance. So that way, when you place the dolls in front of it, you could kind of imagine that there's a lot of space between them and what's in the background. So I think it works great. I love this one. So this is one that pops up from time to time on eBay. Okay, I'm going to try this one more time. I have been having some issues. Okay, so I wanted to put this on the screen instead of trying to memorize it. Fancy free, $9.43. Okay, so there's that dress on the porcelain midge. And there it is in the booklet. And then, let's see. All I have to do is turn the page. There we go. All right, so can I focus? $9.79 Friday night date. And here is that pinafore there. Okay, and of course, she is rooting for state. I love this little pennant. This came in a set called Campus Hero, and I gave it to her, and Alan showed up and is surprising her with roses at the game. So that is a lot of fun there. That's a really nice thing. And then Alice showed up from Wonderland to support the team, and we've got some Miss Flair fashions that I love. And there's that again. And so I'm going to show this backdrop by itself in a second. I just wanted to quickly show these two Kens. They're new, well, old, but new to me. I had this Ken as a kid. I don't know where he is, and he came in a listing with this Ken, and I didn't have enough Ken clothes, so that's why he's wearing this to the game. Yeah, so he's got his own special sense of style, at least until I get around to trying to find another outfit for him. It's something. I mean, a lot of the fashions that were in this booklet for Ken, I'd love to get some of them, but as you can imagine now, they're like, you could buy a real person an outfit, or you could buy Ken a nice outfit. They're like the same price these days. So, yeah, I'll see. I'm not in a rush, but yeah, it's nice to get them in something that doesn't look like he's trying to cosplay a baked potato. That'd be nice. Yeah, that's actually the coat from Barbie and the Rockers Ken. So it's just this long silver coat. And yeah, so that's them at the game. Hanging out before the game, I guess. I don't know. And I'll show you the backdrop itself without the dolls in front of it in just a second. I mean, this background really is by Mattel, but I don't know. So this is it. This is a more close-up look of what the artwork looks like. And then who's doing what here? State is winning, which is good because Barbie is always rooting for State. Okay, so yeah, that's what it looks like. We got some football players over there. I guess that's a referee talking to somebody. People hanging out. Players on the field. And then the other team. Yeah, I like this one. I'm probably not gonna use these very often, but it's like one of those things where, they just get harder to find. So it's probably the time to look for these things because they've been out for quite a while. I think I'm going to wait to set up the rest of the club until later, but in the meantime, I wanted to film this. Okay, so I know this is about new dolls, and there are probably like over 15 new dolls, but it's kind of good to compare them to the ones that have already been shown, because sometimes there's something to compare about them. So, all right, so Tracy, I got I got sidetracked. I was supposed to be panning over, and I'm just like, ooh, her outfit. So maybe I'll just stay here, and I'll get to Tracy and Todd in a second. But all right, so this is a new outfit. I don't think she's a new doll. I did get another doll in that looks like her. And one thing I wanted to say about these two dolls is that this one is harder to find. This is the I Love Mickey and Minnie Ily doll that was a Target exclusive. But this doll was more widely available. This is the I Love Cruella Ily doll. And, I stared at this for a while. And I was like, well, if I can't get more of these, maybe I should get, more of the Cruella. But I didn't really like the Cruella. And I couldn't figure out, just looking at their face, they look so similar. But I don't know if you've seen that movie. It's a little bit gory, but I loved it because it had a doll in it. And it wasn't too bad. I always have like a soft spot for movies that are, focusing on dolls. So that movie, what was it? It was a horror movie called Megan, but the E was the letter 3. So it's like M3gan or Megan. Her name was Megan, and she was a doll that kind of became sentient and like started wreaking havoc. But anyway, there was a part in the movie where they were showing how they were doing like computer rendering, and the material that her face was made out of was so pliable that they could get all of these like micro expressions. So I think when they're fabricating these dolls, they have a similar ability with the computer rendering, that they could get micro expressions into the doll's face. So, like, she's got slightly bigger eyes, and she has a wider smile, which is weird comparing the two of them. Her cheeks are actually more raised than hers. Her eyebrows are in a different position. And so while the features are the same, like the nose is the same, the lips are not exactly the same. So it's really like she's doing a like a softer expression around the eyes, and she's got more of a nasal labial fold, which is that line between like around the nostril area to the corner of the mouth, and she doesn't really have that. It's not as pronounced. So she's actually smiling and looking more hopeful in her expression than she is. She's actually got more of a slightly menacing expression on her face, which actually works for a Cruella character. But I do like her better because I do like a nicer, more hopeful expression on a doll. She just seems more pleasant, and I've compared them because I have, more than one. So it's the same with this doll, and it's the same with this doll. Like, it really is consistent based upon which doll it is. Um, Between the I Love Mickey and Minnie and the Cruella, it's not like there's a lot of variation within the run of dolls themselves. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out. And then, so I did get her an outfit. I love this. It's very like Novato spirit. I thought that was fun. I really like that a lot. See if I could zoom out properly. Okay, so yeah, sometimes when I zoom out, it affects the lighting, but the camera, makes allowances pretty quickly. All right, so that's those two dolls. And yeah, okay, so that's them. So this is the actual wedding day Tracy, and I did get her her dress and her veil, and so that's her, and that's really her. So maybe she just invited her twin sister to the to the wedding, and so because their faces are identical, they are. But yeah, again, one of those things. I don't want to make it sound like I'm making these excuses, like, oh, I'm not gonna get. I only got like 10 more dolls. I only got 15 more dolls. Yeah, I get it. I know it's not the best, but I'm not going to keep like, I really do believe that uh, um this is kind of it for various reasons because, I don't even know what else I would try. I don't want to say that. I do know what I would try to get, but there aren't really that many more dolls for me to get. So that may slow me down because for me, I'm not really trying to get dolls from the 90s or after that. So basically, my limit is like 1979 to 90 or 1979 to 1989. So I think that the size of the collection is pretty much stable. But yeah, guess who came to the wedding in beachwear for some reason? I see this is okay. I'm just gonna give myself some grace. I'm gonna give myself some grace. This is Maxie. Finally got around to getting Maxie. Um, and the other characters. Well, no, I didn't get the other characters, but that's the problem. Like at some point, if I'm having a rough day or I'm going through something, I'm gonna be on eBay looking for Ashley, Carly, and Simone. I know me. And I really actually do like her. Huge surprise. I like Maxie. I used to watch her TV show. She had a cartoon, and it was a really good show. I kind of remember the theme song and everything. It was fun. There's also a show called Beverly Hills Teens I used to love, but they didn't come out with dolls as far as I knew. So, yeah, I don't think I'm going to get any more Maxies, although she does come in like a lot of various, they come out with lines with the different outfits, but I think this is it. I think she's going to be my only Maxie because I'm not, it's not necessary for me to get a bunch of Maxies. Now, like I said, there might be an Ashley, Carly, and Simone in the future, but it's not something I really need. So there's that. So Maxie joined the dolls in the collection. I'm probably gonna cut the box apart and just keep the artwork so I don't forget any of it. Um, because that's information that always comes in handy later. But okay, so I wanted to show these dolls. That's the little gathering there. And then I do have one more background behind there I'm going to talk about next. And then I think that would be it. I could go ahead and set up the rest of the dance club. So, wedding day, Tracy and Todd. Oh, and a Miss Flair in the background as a early 80s um, themed bridesmaid. I'm pretty sure she's Miss Flair Totsy. I wanted to make a quick correction. I'm going to put these phones in one of the last setups I do after the club set. I'm going to try to use, I think, the background for a bedroom setup. But okay, so I wanted to say one quick thing about Maxie. Not that important. She had a rubber band in her hair. It just completely disintegrated because she's from 1989. And I think that was all I wanted to say. Oh, no, I forgot. I misspoke and I called the number 3 the letter 3. So, I'm not tired. I don't know. I just messed that up for some reason. Yeah, Megan, that movie Megan. M3 Gan with the number 3 in place of the letter E. So yeah, all right, let's check out the background. Okay. So, I'm sure that you probably remember, if you saw the last video, the really long video, the bedroom that looked like this, but this time it came in a set that was called Sleepy Time Gal in 2006. I just found out about this like last week. And clearly it has a copy of some of the artwork from the new Barbie Dream House of 1963 based on the copyright of that house. That was the house that was showed in the last video that folded out so much. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really like what they did here with the bottom because it cuts into the bed, but at the same time, I really do appreciate it. I appreciate it more than, I'm annoyed about anything. I'm not, I'm fine with that. Overall, it's just overwhelmingly, I'm happy to see it. So there used to be a doll in here, and I cut away the cellophane so I could use this as kind of like a backdrop a little bit more easily without having to worry about the glare. So I'm going to turn it around in a second. But yeah, I just wanted to show you. I think this makes a better backdrop than I originally thought it was going to be. I think it's going to work fine. I mean, of course I wish it was larger, but this is good. This will be a good set for like a bedroom backdrop. So I'm going to turn it around and we'll look at the back of the box. Okay, there's some text on the back of the box. I cut this off of the cellophane. It says Sleepy Time Gal Barbie Collector. And I will probably keep that with this. Okay, so it has some text on it. Let's see, anything. Okay. Housed in a wonderful tribute to the vintage Barbie dream house, this reproduction Sleepy Time Gal Barbie doll wears a beautiful recreation of a 1966 fashion, number 1674. Also included are reproductions inspired by the original accessories, and then it lists them. Okay, all right, so yeah, I don't know if I could see, that might be on the bottom of the box. I don't see the date here. Okay, but this is 2006. So cute. They have like a little roof and everything. Really, really adorable. So I'm gonna try to use this at the end, and I think it'll work out great. Yeah. The backdrop of the new Barbie dream house of, I believe, 1963.
Another night, another dream, but always you. It's like a vision of love that seems to be true. Another night, another dream, but always you. In the night I dream of love so true.
Okay, I'm really excited about this. This actually worked out a lot better than I thought it was going to. Like, I cannot believe this worked out so well. I am actually really impressed. At first I was like, oh goodness, maybe this is just like no, it's not a waste. Not even a little bit. Okay, let me tell you what's going on here. I'm really, really excited. Okay, so earlier in the video, we talked about this backdrop and how it was of the Decker building. So on the other side, it says Decker building. And then on this side, it reminded me of the entranceway to one of the clubs we used to go to all the time. My friend and I, back in like late 90s, like we spent a lot of time. Well, I don't want to. We didn't spend a lot of time in the club, but we went to the club quite a bit because she was working in alcohol promotion. And so I almost think it was part of her job. Like she interacted with the people that um, ran the clubs and the management and stuff. So she just always could get in anywhere and could get lists and stuff. She could put anybody on the list. And so we would go out, but of course we couldn't go out all the time because, um, we were still in school and everything. That was, the priority. Anyway, this is why I love this. I remember so much stuff when I set these things up and I look at the dolls, all these stories came back to me, which is when I was making the other video, there was that doll that had the lavender and pink hair, and it like brought up a lot of memories I had forgotten about. And one of the things it brought up was one of these nights at the club, and then just okay, I'm gonna get into it, but I'm gonna try to like get into it. But first, let me tell you about the backdrop. So okay, so this is the club entrance. And it was kind of clean like this. And then it was funny because I was on eBay and I was looking for backdrops. And of course, if you look for um, backdrops for Barbie and stuff, you're not really going to find like dance club. I mean, it'd be nice if they had that, but they don't. And so I was looking under just general backdrops for, I think they call it 1/6 scale. So 1/6, the scale. And there was a person selling, he had all sorts of backdrops. They even had like Back to the Future backdrops, and it was mostly action movies. Like you could find Batman and stuff. But it was interesting. I've never seen this TV show. Apparently, there's a TV show called Breaking Bad, and as far as I know, it's about like somebody that makes illicit substances. I'll leave it. I don't really know. It's not something I'm really really excited to watch. I probably will never see it. But what was interesting to me about this backdrop is that I guess this is from Breaking Bad, and it reminds me of the club. I mean, minus this equipment in the front here. The club we went to it looked just like this. It was like a warehouse, and it had 2 stories, and I don't really recall being on the second story, but I know you could get up there. And it was just like this industrial space. It was kind of dangerous feeling. Like I never really I hate saying this, but I'll be honest. I never really enjoyed clubbing because okay, so you're out at night wearing clothes that aren't the most comfortable. And of course, like I said, I never wore anything this short, but your shoes are not the most comfortable. You have to park away from, sometimes you're like 2 blocks away. You're walking around at night. Sometimes it's like after midnight. Most of the time it's after midnight. You get out and you have to, go to your car, drive, like I'd stay over at her house. We'd get back to her house, then we'd have to walk a few more blocks to her house because she lived in San Francisco. And she lived in this great Victorian. So I have like, uh, well, she doesn't live there anymore now. But yeah, I have great memories of that. And it was kind of dangerous. I don't know how to, I mean, nothing really happened. Nothing bad. See, like, I think that's relative. I don't want to say nothing bad happened because nothing physically bad happened. Nothing horrible happened. But yeah, let me end this and then I will try to figure out, maybe I'll set up the camera stand and talk about it a little bit more. Um it's not important, but I think it's a little important. So, okay, let me end this and then I'll set up the camera stand. I think sometimes it's a challenge for me to try to figure out, I don't make a lot of videos, but like I had kind of forgotten a lot of this stuff, and it's weird when I was reminded of it looking at that doll and making the previous video. I was thinking about how could I even like tell this story? Like is it one of these things that you don't really understand the ending in a way? Like for example, I try to, if I'm going to tell a story, I understand um like what I would recommend, like how it ended, like the moral of the story is this or that. And I think I kind of understand the moral of the story, but okay, so I'm just gonna try. So this is kind of weird. Like I might not keep this in. It's kind of neat. Like you film things and something doesn't work, you refilm it or you cut it out or whatever. And I'm not sure about this. Sometimes I end up having a point or it leads to something else, and it's just time will tell. Um, so I added a few more people to the club. So people are coming and going. And that's my friend over there. And that's okay. So let me just tell the story, and maybe I'll just say this is all just hypothetically. Maybe this happened. Yeah, maybe it happened. That way it's sort of like if this sounds like a crazy story, maybe it happened. Or maybe it didn't happen. It's hypothetical or something. So it's not so, it's kind of like maybe this actually happened. So, all right. So when I was looking at that other doll and remembering this, it kind of all came back a lot of it came back to me, because I was like, oh yeah, my friend used to call me and we'd be up until 3 in the morning talking about this stuff. And then I was like, oh, I remember what we were talking about. And then it was like, oh, yeah, that was not, that was not the best thing in the world. And that's why I said in the last video, if you're with a guy and he's not treating you the way you want to be treated, don't hang out with him for years waiting for him to treat you better, because I've never seen it happen. It doesn't happen. And all these other stories are kind of interconnected. So let me say, hypothetically, let me tell you what happened hypothetically at the club one night. Okay. So, okay, cautionary. Okay. What I'm trying to say, what I would try to say to young girls if they're going clubbing. Number one, maybe don't go clubbing. Number two, if you're gonna go club, go with friends. Have at least two sober friends. One is good, two is better. Um, and if you're gonna be sober friends, keep an eye on keep an eye on your friends. Because over the years, of course, we've heard horror stories about somebody goes to the club with their friends and they go off with somebody they don't know, and their friends are in the club having a good time and not even noticing that their friend has disappeared. You don't want to do that. You don't want to drink anything. You don't, like, even water's not safe. I've heard horrible stories about, you know, people thinking they're getting water and it's fine and it's not. And it just seems like, why put yourself through this? It's almost like a rite of passage going to the club, but that's another reason why I never really enjoyed it, because my friend didn't really drink, but I was like on the lookout for things to go wrong. And I was concerned, like, we had to get home safely. And we'd get home at like get to her house at like 2 in the morning. And so you had to be alert. And of course, being older, I don't want to go through that again, but it's not the safest thing. So I would just say, if you can, it's not really something you need to do. You're kind of putting yourself in danger. Being out late, being in places where someone can drug you, you don't, and then you're looking out for your friends, and it could be scary. It could be a lot. So I wouldn't really recommend it. But anyway, so hypothetically, we get to the club, and at this time, I'm probably 18, 19 years old. And I just met my friend not too long ago at school. And she is amazing. She's still my friend. She's still amazing. She's one of these people that um, she didn't have to study. Her high school had all of the textbooks that we were using in college. So it was kind of like a breeze for her. So she just, she did great. She didn't really have to study. That wasn't my story, but I did the best I could, and it wasn't effortless, but we had some classes together, and it was funny when we met. Like, I guess we had met once, and I forgot that we met. And then there was a day that we were going somewhere for like a biology class um, outing, and we were taking a bus. I think we were going to go to the botanical gardens or something. And she saw me, and she like screamed my name and like ran over to me and hugged me. And I was like thinking to myself, like, have I met her before? But she was so nice, Of course, I like got up to speed, and then we were just really good friends. She was like, "You've got to come over. You've got to spend the night." And I'm thinking, have we met? Like, I know we met. We must have met, but I just thought that was so. She was so nice. She was so nice, and gosh, she had been through a lot. She said she had just gotten over having mono or something like that. But anyways, so we ended up being friends and going out a lot. So anyways, uh I think the mono thing kind of turns into like what happened at the club. So anyway, we went to the club, and she had been, I guess I don't remember everything, but for some reason this night stands out to me because I think this night was the night that I met the guys that she had been telling me about for a while. Like, yeah, you don't always know the people your friends know. So when you do meet them, it might stand out to you a bit more. So we get to the club, and hypothetically, my friend, oh gosh, hypothetically, my friend is very sweet. She's wonderful, a wonderful, smart, amazing person. Get to the club, and hypothetically, I am meeting the two guys that she's dating. And it was a weird thing because the two guys were brothers, and they lived in the same house. And I was always like, she's like, they don't know. They don't know. And I was like, how do they live in the same house and they don't know? Like, I would always try to tell her, I think they know. And I think that's weird, Like, oh my gosh, hypothetically. And then she would like spend the night over there, but then she wouldn't run into one of the brothers. And then, oh gosh. And then, so anyways, that went on for a while. But anyways, we were at the club. They were both there. And I was hanging out with her. They had like a room where there was a bar. And I saw her like embrace one of the brothers, and then like the other brother was on the other side of the room. So then she would go over to the other side of the room and embrace the other brother. And I was like, this is odd. So anyway, I leave the room. I really don't know. And I leave the room and I go into this room that looks like the Breaking Bad set. And I'm standing around, and this guy comes up to me and he's like, "You see my friend over there?" And I look, and he's got a friend who was wearing like a suit that was a little baggy. And, but he seemed like, I mean, he looked nice, looked like our age. And he's like, "You see my friend over there? My friend has a lot of money." And I didn't know what to do with that information. Like, that's not, according to, you know, the way I've lived my life. I like, that's not proper etiquette. Go to someone and be like, so and so has a lot of money. That, I mean, if he had said anything else, if he had been like, "Oh, you see my friend over there? He's got a binder full of like the last 5 years of all of the exams for the classes you're taking," I would be like, "Oh, I need to talk to him." Anything. I mean, but I just said, "Oh, that's nice." And then I said I had to go because I had to go check on my friend. So we leave. We leave the club. We get home. And there's like more drama. And then, I don't know. Just fast forward to the next morning, and the sun's coming up, and I'm up early. It's like 6 a.m. And I go into her living room, and the TV is on. And it's crazy. It's like a scene out of Mad Men. Like it's 1960. It's like 1968. I mean, these Victorians in San Francisco are so old, and it's just the furniture and the architecture and the fact that What a Way to Go is on the TV with Shirley MacLaine, really softly, and all those great outfits, and the sunlight coming through like the yellow and orange curtains, and being in that part of San Francisco where it was like, the hippie movement, and it's just like nothing had changed. It just felt like nothing had changed. But anyway, fast forward, she stopped dating the brothers, hypothetically. And at the club, she met this guy. I don't have a stand in for hypothetically this guy. And I guess, whether the guy that I was potentially being introduced to that I didn't meet, this guy actually did have a lot of money. Because my friend, hypothetically, well, she fell in love with this guy, but he was from a different culture. He was, I don't know exactly what country. I don't remember. I don't even know if I even knew. But he was from the Middle East. But he was living in, the Bay Area, and started dating. And he couldn't be with her, unfortunately, because his family, I guess, wanted to set him up with somebody from his same culture. And he put her up in an apartment. He was paying for the apartment. It was like they were living together. And after a while, she felt weird about it. So she said she wanted to pay some of the rent. So she ended up paying like a quarter of the rent. And she was in love with him. I think if you put yourself in that situation, most people will be living with someone and dating someone that they love. And it went on for years. And it was hurtful because, we'd talk, and I could tell how upset she was, and she didn't know what to do. I mean, she was living her life with him, and he'd lived there most of the week, and then The rest of the week, he'd go live at his parents' house. And I remember one time, around the time that I hypothetically couldn't listen, I don't want to say I couldn't listen to it anymore, but I was just so hurt for her that I couldn't help, you know? She told me about a time when she went over to his house, and I guess he snuck her in the house because his parents were out of town. And that's like crazy. You're in love with someone and you're like pretty much living with them, and they're sneaking you into their house. And apparently his sister came home, or she was there, she was sleeping or something. And she figured out that my friend was in the house. And she started screaming and running around, screaming in another language. And the guy was freaked out. I don't know what was said. I don't know. But apparently, hypothetically, he made my friend go out a window. And she wasn't even like properly dressed. Basically took her clothes and threw them out the window. They were on like the first floor, so it wasn't like a huge, physical danger. But my friend went out a window, hypothetically, like 2 in the morning, onto somebody's lawn, not properly dressed. And I just don't give that person an excuse. Because if you love someone, you don't treat them like that. If you love someone, you don't put them in that situation. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that sometimes there just aren't any solutions that you would like. You can't have what you want. And sometimes it's easier to just recognize it and pray about it and ask God, please. I have all this stuff stacked against me. I hit walls all the time. I can't have what I want. And who knows? Maybe you think you're getting what you want, and something goes wrong. What if this guy had gotten married to someone and decided he wanted to keep my friend in the apartment? Now my friend's what? Hypothetically, a mistress? That's not fair to the wife. That's not fair to her. Even under really good circumstances, marriages can be hard, relationships can be hard, but you don't put yourself in that situation. You just don't. If you're gonna have your heart broken, be heartbroken without going through all of that. That's all I can recommend. She should have met him at the club, dated him for a while, and as soon as she found out that his family would never accept her, tell him that you love him, and you just have to not put yourself in that position. So, I don't know if that would help anybody, but I would just say, there's some things in life, as much as you want it, as much as you really, really want it, it's not gonna happen for a lot of reasons. And the way I look at things is, if I can pray about it, I pray about it, and I ask God to please, I hope I'm accounted worthy to have the desire of my heart. And maybe it'll happen. You know? I think about like Abel from Cain and Abel, or Lazarus from Lazarus and the Rich Man. And these people didn't, according to the Bible, they didn't have a chance to have what we would think of as nice things. Some people don't have, I mean, we see them all over the place. This is not just in the Bible. So many people don't get what they want. They have a hard time. Just a thought that maybe once this life is through, if you're accounted worthy, things will be fixed. Things will be perfect. I mean, hypothetically, if things went perfectly, maybe my friend would have what she wanted. It would work out. God is God. He could do anything. It's like, why do we see things we want and we can't have it? Why do we feel the things we feel and we can't? We can't have a lot of things. But you pray about it, you have faith. You just try to keep close to God, and maybe one day this will all be fixed and make sense and you'll just be so happy. But I guess I just say all that to say, it's sometimes a good thing not to stop at nothing to get what you want. Because sometimes you go through all this and it's really not what you want. So you just gotta trust God on it and be okay with the fact that you feel the way you feel. Be okay with the fact that you want what you want. And that, it's okay to just trust God about it. And hopefully, one day, it'll be perfect. So I have a few Barbie magazines. I thought we could check out a few pictures inside. One of these magazines didn't have a cover, so I'm going to have to check the date. But I think it's probably late 80s. Okay, so I'll show some pages. I found a advertisement for Short Circuit 2. So sometimes these magazines help me remember things that I have totally forgotten about. Okay, and more Heart Family. Okay, the last magazine was summer of 88. This is fall of 88. I had to move to a place that wasn't right under the light to try to avoid the glare. But I wanted to show a few more pages in this. So this is very much like a time capsule. So they had the bangles. 88. Okay, so then they had fashion. Back to school fashion. You'd really be in style if you were wearing this. Oh my goodness. And it's so funny because it looks so dated now. But yeah, I remember thinking these were the most put together looking outfits I had ever seen. And then, oh, this is so cute. Look how young. Tina Yothers and Stacy Keenan and David Faustino. Goodness grief. They look like babies. Okay, and then I remember EJ Catano. That's a really good brand. Oh my goodness. She's the coolest. You know how many watches this girl's wearing? Oh my goodness. That's when you needed a Swatch watch for sure. And then EJ jeans. Or, yeah, EJ Gitano. Really, really cool. Yeah, everybody looks like babies. Okay, so this Teen Fun Skipper. She's at a record shop. And who's at the record shop? Madonna, of course. And Michael Jackson. So cool. I love it. That is wonderful. Yeah, and they bring out all these skippers, like, and they're slightly different skippers, just wearing different outfits. And I think this was like a period where you could still get the old skipper sculpt at the same time as this one. Okay, so let me see. There was one more picture I wanted to put up. I don't want to show like the kids. I think that's kind of weird. Even though it's a kids magazine, I just feel like I'd rather not show babies. Okay. The Hart family. An ad for the Hart family. Yeah. So that was Barbie Magazine. You get Barbie Magazine. You could have a little time capsule and some good photography of the dolls. Okay, this one is from winter 1989. And there's Perfume Pretty in this magazine. And then I'm just going to film a couple of pages. Let's see here. Lisa Frank. Love it. I had that heart folder. Ah, so vibrant, colorful. And then, let me see if I could find the... Ah, here we go. Picture of Perfume Pretty, Barbie and Ken's at a gathering, a party. And yeah, that wall sconce is really cool. And there's Perfume Pretty Whitney. And I love her earrings. Oh, that little ring. Yeah. I really wish the Perfume Pretty scented fashions were easy to find. I could barely they just aren't around. I don't know what happened, but I really love this line, so I would love to come across all of them. Yeah, but these magazines had fun artwork. Yeah, so this is summer of 88. And there's Barbie from Barbie and the Sensations. And then, yeah, I'm just going to show the Barbie pictorials, really. So this is California Dream Barbie. She's at her hot dog stand with Midge. Midge is roller skating. Yeah, there's the group. I wanted to insert this. I don't know if this is going to come up later or before. I'm not sure where this video segment is going to be. But this is the back of one of the magazines. It's the Summer of 88 magazine. And yeah, you'll see when the magazine section comes up. But yeah, this is an ad for the show The New Adventures of Pippi Longstocking. And I just saw this. This used to come on TV. It came on TV after it was in the theaters. And this was like one of my favorite things to watch. It was on a lot. And I could say I've probably seen this about 10 times. And to this day, I can't tell you what this movie is about. It was one of my favorites. I loved it. Every time it came on, I was so excited to see it. And all I know is that she wore some colorful clothes. She was very happy. She made friends. And she had that hairstyle, of course. And other than that, I don't know anything about this movie. So I can't give you any spoilers. So there's not going to be any spoilers here, but yeah, I enjoyed it. So I'm sure it's worth checking out. I just I can't tell you anything about it. I just thought it was fun to look at. She ran around a lot. A lot was going on, so that's about all I could say. Yeah, if you want to check out the New Adventures of Pippi Longstocking from 1988 or 87, yeah, I mean, I recommend it. I can't say what it's about. So here's another page from inside the magazine. I guess I'm checking out the magazine again. I'll probably put this in the magazine section. I'll see if I could work that out. But I found a page about Lady Lovely locks and the pixie tails. I never collected this doll, but I know some people do. So if you check out the Summer of '88 Barbie magazine, there's a story about Lady Lovely locks and some illustrations. So yeah, I never really got into that. I'm sure she's cute. I'm sure she's probably a similar scale to Rose Petal Place, but yeah, so there's an article about Lady Lovely locks in the Barbie magazine. They also had an article about Bambi coming out. Yeah, this was before the internet, so Disney used to have their movies in a vault, and every now and then they would announce that they were going to bring a movie out of the vault, and that meant they were going to sell some copies on VHS. So it was letting you know that you could get Bambi. And yeah, I think I saw Bambi a long time ago, but yeah, you know, don't think I knew anybody that got the VHS when it came out. And they also had an ad about a book series, and I think I remember this book. I don't think I read it though. But the description makes me want to read it. And the advertising is still working on me. It says it's very dramatic sounding. It says it's time we all knew the truth about Taffy Sinclair. So I'm like, oh, what's this? And apparently it's what I've been waiting for. The inside scoop on the perfectly gorgeous, perfectly awful Taffy Sinclair. Finally, Taffy is sharing her side of the story about her rivalry with Jana Morgan and the rest of the Fabulous Five. So, yeah, I shouldn't go looking for this, but I might put that on the list of things I kind of want to go looking for. So, yeah, Barbie Magazine had a lot of good information. Yeah. They also included an Archie comic where at the end Archie and everybody were selling like fruit snacks from Weiler's. I guess it was like a frozen slushy or something. So yeah, I was also really into like Betty and Veronica, but I never really liked any of their dolls. Their dolls, I didn't like their sculpts, so I never got it. Okay, I wanted to film this really quickly. Um, Sometimes I think of things and I remember things and I want to insert it. I just wanted to show this again really quickly. Dazzle. Okay, so I was looking at this earlier. So again, there's Dazzle, Glossy, Spangle, Glimmer, Rhinestone, Glisten, Crystal, and Diamond. Okay, let me see if I can. All right, so there are the girls. Okay, and then the back of this packaging has fashion packs and Blaze, the horse, and Dazzle City that we saw in the last video. And it does say 1981. Okay, so I looked at these earlier and I set them up. So I put that backdrop up again, and strangely enough, I think it works for the Dazzle Dolls. Although I don't know why there would be a horse riding through a nice building like this. This guy looks like he's like on the lookout for the horse coming. But anyway, all right, so here are the guys again. I had some stands, and I think I'm going to keep them on the stands because it's kind of a process getting everybody situated on the stands. But okay, so this is them. All right. And I just wanted to film the others because I left them in the bag last time. And so this is the other G.I. Joes. There was even like a lady G.I. Joe in here somewhere. Oh, there she is. All right, so this is them. Yeah, I'd never take them out because I'm not ready for that project yet. Putting them in the larger dollhouse. I want to make one side of the dollhouse like a military command center, and then the other half a model house. So they could both live, they could all live together. Okay, so these are, oh yeah, I was gonna say, the the knockoff Dazzles are called Glamour Gals. So this is a Glamour Gal. If they're sitting, they're Glamour Gals because they have holes on the bottom of their feet. So the Dazzles have holes on the sides of their feet, and that's how they stay in the stands. So I don't have stands for the Glamour Gals. Yeah, maybe in the future. I don't have that many of them anyway. But I just wanted to also say, or I was trying to identify them. I don't know how good of a job I did. Let's see. So I believe this is Dazzle and this is Glisten based on the pictures because at least they're in their original outfits. And then this one is supposed to be Crystal's outfit, but Crystal is like a reddish haired brunette. So, I'll come back to that one. And then this one is Spangle, of course, but she's wearing Rhinestone's outfit. And this is Rhinestone. So, yeah, these aren't really yellow pants. There's yellow underneath, but this is really supposed to be a pink vinyl. So the vinyl crumbled off of these pants and now it's just yellow. Okay, and then I have these two. And her hair is kind of curly, so maybe she's Glimmer and maybe she is like, um yeah. So basically there's 5 blondes and I have 4. So it's like I think I'm missing Glossy. So I think she's either Diamond or Glisten? No. Diamond or Glimmer. I don't know. All right, no. Diamond or I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's gonna take me another 5 minutes to try to figure it out. And I don't want to spend that kind of time. But okay, so I'm missing Glossy. I'm pretty sure that's the one that's missing. It's not important. Okay, anything else I was gonna say about this? Oh, let's see. Yeah, so this is the rolling pin that went with those what is it? The aprons. I had the red, white, and blue aprons, and it did come with a rolling pin and a ladle. And then these are just knockoff Dazzle dolls and Glamour Gals, and there's like a Rapunzel doll. She's tiny. But yeah, there's another head for a Glamour Gal. So yeah, that's all I really just wanted to show. Um, I'm not really working on the set. But then again, like if I have time and I feel like checking, I could always try to find that last Dazzle doll. And yeah, I'll see. But yeah, I just wanted to show them. I think they look really fine with this backdrop. I think, well, they're still a little small for it, but at least it's not, you know, they're not too big for it. So it could kind of work if you play around with the distance, I think. So yeah, there's this guy. He's still like yelling orders or something. And then, yeah, these guys down here. I like them. They're fun. All right, so that was just Dazzle again. Okay, so here's all the Dazzles. We know Spangle on the end and Rhinestone with the brown hair in the middle. But the display on that packaging, it was kind of blurry, but I realize now, even if it was clear, I don't think it would have helped that much because there are 5 blonde characters. I have 6 actually, and I'm starting to think that they didn't have distinct face molds for all of the blonde or even like any of the Dazzles. I think that they just put them in different clothes and occasionally a different hair color and left it at that because, I mean, her head on the end looks a little shrunken, but that could just be because of age and storing conditions. And then the paint is a little darker for her eyes and her eyes. And, well, she's smiling more. So I guess they had a couple that were smiling. I don't know. At this point, I'm just gonna chalk it up to them needing different outfits and call it a day because I don't think there's that much difference between the individual ones. And I'm not gonna get them individually in their packages. So that's them. And here they are one more time, standing up. All of them. And goodness, I mean, yeah, there's their faces close up. Yeah, I don't know. It's a mystery. Okay, guess who showed up? Crystal. She was the one that was missing. So thank you, Lizzie722 on eBay. Here she is with all the girls in her full set now. And I am so happy to have her. Yeah, so this actually took me more than 5 minutes to work out, but I think I finally have it. She is beautiful. She is wearing diamonds stole as a dress. So eventually I'm going to have to get some clothes for her, but for now I'm just happy she's part of the group. And yeah, I'm so thrilled. So thank you. And that was such a wonderful, lovely note. I know it's like you want the dolls to be safe and in a good home and, with their friends. So she is, and I'm so happy. So thank you. Okay, so I think I have everybody figured out now. And like I said, it took about a half an hour, maybe even 40 minutes, because I had to go online and take screenshots and examine their faces. So and I had a duplicate of Diamond, so that's why they're together. But yeah, I'm gonna go through and show you. So these are Diamond. The red is her original outfit. And of course, Crystal now, which I am so happy to have. And next is Glisten. This is Glisten. There's another character called Shimmer. They both have brown hair with rhinestone. So Rhinestone has the silver on. Shimmer is in the red and silver stripe. And their faces are similar, but yeah, you could definitely tell them apart. Rhinestone's eyes are bigger. And then this one is Glimmer. Even though her hair in the package is curly, I don't know, maybe somebody washed her hair at some point and now it's straighter. I don't know, eventually I might try to get that dress. And then, of course, Spangle. And I had a duplicate now out of the box of Spangle, who's wearing Rhinestone's outfit. So that's her. And then this is Glossy. And this one was a little bit harder because I thought her head was shrunken, but no, her head is actually smaller than the others. So that's how you could tell who Glossy is. Her head is just smaller. And then, of course, Dazzle. So yeah, as you could tell, like, as we've mentioned before, they really do look very similar in the face. So it's a little tricky to tell them apart. But that's them. That's all of the ladies. There's one more character. His name is Ace, but he is $100. So I will not be getting Ace. Unless somebody lists him for like 5 or something, then maybe. And then this is the world's smallest Barbie from that brand, World's Smallest. And I guess she's 2.5 inches. The Dazzles are 4.5 inches tall. So, yeah, that's their measurement. And then you see there's G.I. Joe. He's still trying to wrangle Dazzle in the, or not Dazzle, Blaze. He's trying to get the horse, to, I don't know, come to him and go somewhere. So, yeah, I guess he's the horse trainer back there or something. So, yeah, I just wanted to show this and happy to have Crystal to round out our collection of all of the girls. And yeah, that is Dazzle. We figured out who all were the characters in the Dazzle universe. Okay, I just wanted to insert this. This is probably going to come up later in the video, but I wanted to talk about this briefly. This is a paper doll book, and it's going to show up again, and I'll show the backgrounds if it hasn't already showed up in the video. But I just wanted to say something quickly about these paper doll books. I mentioned that I got a background out of it. Let's see if I could get it without the glare. Because it advertised it on the front of the book. It has like a garden wedding scene and a reception play scene, which is fantastic and it really fits the scale of the Barbies. But yeah, I went online to check if I could find more, and unfortunately the cost has gone up so much. When I got it over 10 years ago, there was someone selling a bunch of them, and they were selling them for like $3.50 each. And now, when I found, most of the books I find now, they're like $25. So it's not as much fun when it's when it's expensive. It's not as much fun. So yeah, I would say if you're gonna look for backgrounds, maybe check with the seller first to make sure that there are actual backgrounds in the books, because I got this one recently and I didn't think that there was going to be a background inside, but I like Debbie Reynolds. So I was like, let me just check it out. So I got it, and there actually is a background in there. I'm going to show you in just a second. But yeah, not all of the paper doll books have backgrounds. So if you're going to try to get one and get a background, make sure that it has one before you purchase it, because now they're just a little too high to just, take a chance and just buy it and not think about it. The cost is just too high. So, yeah, all right, I'm going to show you the inside of the Debbie Reynolds because I know this other background I'm going to show soon enough. All right, let's look inside the Debbie Reynolds paper doll book. Okay, so here's the inside of the paper doll book, the Debbie Reynolds one. I just wanted to show far away. I put a doll in front of it, so you could see the scale is pretty good, for it to be, you know, corresponding to the height of the Barbies. It looks like a bedroom scene. The only thing that would make this better is if I had two, and then I could really fill up the frame. And, you know, I don't think I will, maybe in the future, if the price stays reasonable. But yeah, it works. The scale works. So let me just show you the background of this, and I can move her away. All right, so there's Debbie. She's already been cut out, so I could actually, let me see if I could do this without it being weird. Okay, so you could take her out of the dress, but I'm not going to right now. She's just in like a basic, um, she's wearing little pumps, like a swimsuit type of a thing. And then someone had already cut out her fashions and put them behind the dresser here. So, yeah, you could probably stand her up and play with her that way. But of course, I got this for just because I like it in the background. So, I've never been much of a paper dolls person. I mean, I feel like if you have the 3D doll, it's more fun, but I could appreciate the whole concept. I like that just from the artistic standpoint of that. So Barbie fits into the scene pretty well. Yeah, but that's what's inside of here. It's like a bedroom scene. It says Bon Voyage Debbie. I guess she's going on a trip. And she's got her suitcase and an umbrella, and she's got flowers, which are really pretty. I think she's even got flowers behind Barbie here. Let's see. Yeah, she's got some more flowers and fruit and her outfit, so I thought that was a lot of fun. Yeah, but there are a ton of vintage paper doll books, but yeah, again, you'd want to check with the seller to make sure that there's a background inside, because a lot of the books they don't have that. So yeah, there's this one. So this is a fun one. I mean, I think I'd like it more if it was like not so messy of a scene, but I can appreciate it. I think it's cute. Okay, quick pre-fashion show before the seasonal fashion show with the rest of the dolls. I wanted to just show some older outfits that I had when I was a kid, or some pieces of clothing. And one thing I realized, I put some little pieces of the packaging that I save with the clothes in the bins. One thing I noticed is I realized why it would take me so long to play Barbies as a kid, because I would have to take about a half an hour just trying to pull her arms her arms through these sleeves. It's like impossible. This is one of the twice as nice fashions. This is the coat. And then I loved this dress as a kid. Really pretty. And then this. I still don't have this right. All of the fringe, and then there's a loop, and it's going through, between her legs, and I'd have to start again. Like, oh, I remember. This used to take me ages. And then I still wouldn't be happy because the fringe wouldn't look right. And I don't know. So, yeah. These are some of the older fashions I had when I was younger. And this little thin nightie. So, yeah, they had knit things and, fuzzy sweaters. And I don't know. There's just way more detail in real fabric and snaps and stuff. So, that was good back then. A little complicated sometimes, but still good. Okay, I was looking through some stuff and I found a few more things. I found a magazine I have of Miss America from 1978, a Rolling Stone with the characters of Mad Men on it, um, a paper doll book. They're the paper dolls. An issue of American Girl from 1963 March. What else? A Barbie Trace in Color. And this paper doll book, where the paper dolls were from. Bride and Groom paper doll play set, or, yeah, playbook. and it's from 1981. But yeah, I must have gotten these a long time ago, and I got 3 of them, and they came with backgrounds for the paper dolls. So here's a wedding set, which is really kind of cool. I think it kind of fits the scale of the Barbies. That's a fun one. You could see all the guests and everything, and people are chatting and celebrating. And then there's this outdoor section of the playset playbook, I guess. So you could stage a wedding, which is fun. I just wanted to look at this magazine really quickly. This is the American Girl magazine from 1963. So they have a picture here of these 2 ladies. One is making notes, one is on the phone. And then there's a quiz about how do you rate as a guest? And it asks you some questions. And it says, do you arrive with only half of your gear and gadgets? Are you in the know on accepting invitations? And do you make a real try at being helpful? And then they give you a recipe. And then they suggest that you show up with a can of Heinz cream of chicken soup. So I don't know if that's helpful today, but I'm sure if you showed up with a cream of chicken to someone's house, they'd still appreciate it. So just some advice from American Girl, March 1963. Side glance. Side glance. Okay, I wanted to show one more backdrop. This one is from a set that was called Campus Sweetheart Barbie. I didn't get the sets. I didn't get any of the sets. I just got these backdrops separately. But yeah, that's what it looks like. It was from a repro of a doll from 1960. So it's supposed to be the view of a campus, a school, like a university campus. One more quick view of what's going on in the display. Um, yeah, pretty much the same dolls are up. I'm probably going to keep them up for a while, a few months. The Bratz down there. And Alice. And a little decoration garland I got, like a winter decoration that I thought was fun. I enjoy looking at that, so I'm keeping that near Alice right now. Yeah, so that's them. Okay. I said there was going to be a seasonal fashion show, and it's almost time for the seasonal fashion show. All right. So what I did was um I got some outfits because I was thinking about maybe doing seasonal displays, but I might not do that after all. I have to think about it. But in the meantime, I did have a few dresses that kind of worked. So, you probably remember her from the winter party. I was thinking New Year's Eve, and then the themed holidays. I love that one. It's like sweet tarts on her dress. And then she just has like little hearts. I don't know, it's almost like a 60s pattern of the hearts. And then this one, more 80s looking, with mesh. And then the shamrocks. And I think someone is hand making these dresses on eBay, so yeah, you could find them there. And then one for spring, floral. And it came with a little satin bag, which is cute. And then I thought, like 4th of July, patriotic lady with the red and the blue, but like a little more elegant. Yeah. I love using the fashion dolls for stuff like this because I don't mind changing their outfits like I do, the Illies and the Barbies. I kind of keep them wearing the same thing all the time. So these are fun. It helps me switch it up a bit. But I don't know. I was hesitant to do this, film this part. But I'll talk about it more in the Bible talk that's coming up after this. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I could probably take some time and correct some things. I don't know if I said something I'm going to delete, so I could probably say it again. Um, yeah, I found out that that doll that I thought was a celebrity doll is the Nicole Miller Barbie for Macy's, and I found that out using the Google images. So if you take a picture of a doll you don't know, like their face, and you put it in the Google image search, it will come up. So that's really handy. And then another thing I was gonna say, the last video, I kept saying you could get fashion doll fashion packs at Dollar General, and really I meant to say Family Dollar. So there's a correction there. It was from Family Dollar that you get a lot of the 5 dresses, 5 pairs of shoes, a couple of purses, maybe some other accessories for like $5, which is really good. I mean, they've had the same ones there for years, but yeah, I mean it they have like 2 different packs, so you could get 10 dresses for like $10, and I think that's a pretty good deal. So, yeah, I love using these little dolls for stuff like this. Just displaying the fashions. And that was the fashion show. So, I think I'm going to do one more segment of this, and then it will be on to the Bible talk. I wanted to insert this. I thought I was like finished filming. I pretty much am. But I wanted to say something about Rappin' Rockin' Barbie. I saw a video today by a YouTuber called Dolls to Remember, and he was reviewing Rappin' Rockin' Barbie, and he said something about he thought that maybe Mattel had been doing cultural appropriation. This doll came out in 91, and really it wasn't that way at all. I believe that Mattel was responding to the uh, cultural moment, the iconic moment that happened in 1986 when Run DMC and Aerosmith collaborated on Walk This Way. I know it's kind of, you had to be there or else you didn't. You're probably like, what's this? But yeah, it was really a huge moment. I mean, music has really been blended for decades now, but there started to be kind of like a polarization between rock and rap, and then these two groups got together and made this iconic music video. I mean, I recommend checking it out. And they came together, they created this wonderful blend and got the musical genres together. So then going forward, you saw rap influences in rock and rock influences in rap, and it was this wonderful moment. So that's what that was about. It wasn't cultural appropriation, it was just a point in our history where Mattel once again had its finger on the pulse, and that's just where we were going as a culture. We were coming together in our musical styles, and it was a great time. The 80s and 90s had some great music, so that's what that was about. It wasn't cultural appropriation, it was American culture. I've been trying to get this to focus. I wanted to get the item numbers just in case anyone was interested in getting this. I got this at Burlington and I really like it. It's a tote bag and it has the the Disney princesses in silhouette. I thought that was really cool. I'd love to use this as a background for something. Maybe like, I don't know, another um, fashion doll dance club. We'll see. Okay, since Tracy and Todd are in a perpetual state of getting married, they're going to be checking out a new venue because they're going to get married again. That's going to come up later in the video. They're going to check out a new location for the wedding, but in the meantime, they are going to be, um, checking out their after party guests and trying to figure out if they could, secure some entertainment for the after party. And judging by this 8x10 that came in from Snapfish, I think we're going to see the entire dance club crew show up. I loved this picture so much. I took it from one of the brochures and sent it off to Snapfish and got an 8x10. So I put that on the back of the um, one of the backgrounds. So there's a different background on this. It'll show up later. It's going to be the other club scene from Breaking Bad. I don't know when that's going to come up, but I put it on the back of that card. So as you could see, I just sort of attached it to the card and made this a background. So that's who is going to show up. They're not going to show up in their original outfits. I love this picture so much. I just love it. They look like they're having the best time. Yeah, so they're going to be in different outfits, but they're going to show up. And in the meantime, I wanted to show a couple more things. But for now, I just have, like I said, she's new. Even though I do have her in the box, I got another one out of the box so I could just display her and not worry about it. And then I got another Lilac and Lovely so I could display her. And I put on her little fussy headdress. So she's kind of outfitted too. I love it. I think the pastels that they did in like 87, so beautiful. This blue and then the lilac and then, of course, Perfume Pretty over here in the pink. They all just go together so well. So we're going to see the entertainment acts come up and one more thing, a few more new dolls that are probably going to come to Tracy and Todd's wedding and after party. So they're getting the entertainment together. I wanted to get one more shot of these three together in these great pastel colors. I just love it so much, and I'm so glad I got these out of the box because, I always put the boxes away. They're protected. Oh, Elizabeth was holding on to one of the brushes. I think this is Perfume Pretty Whitney's brush. She was holding it, but her arms are a little loose, so it didn't stay up. But I love this so much. Yeah, they're in the box, so I keep the boxes in plastic in the tote, so I don't really get to enjoy them as much as I'd like. But this way, having a version out of the box, of course I could play around with it more and display it, and I just love it. So I'm glad I was able to get that. So yeah, that's her brush, shell brush. Um, she's holding on to Lilac and Lovely's brush, and I'm going to talk more about her soon. That's coming up. But yeah, that's the three of them. Yeah. Yeah, they did a really good job with the pastels in 87, 88. Love it. It's very like restful to look at. Okay, we have some new dolls and new outfits. These are going to be a collection of dolls that I'm going to say are coming to the after party and the wedding of Tracy and Todd. And some of them are going to audition to perform, even though he's going to have everybody there anyway. I wanted to show some of the outfits and new dolls. These are new. This is the Marie Osmond doll. I'll show Donnie in a minute, but she's in the dress that I just showed on the paper. That is the Suburban Shopper. That's number 969, and that came out in 1963. And next to it is a doll I'm going to talk about soon. Her name is Tracy, Teen Tracy, from 1978, 79. She's wearing, as you could see, the identical dress, but it's in peach. And that was part of the collection of Suburban Shopper, but it's called Busy Morning. So that's the exact same dress, just in like a peach coral color. And they came with a telephone, some gloves, and glasses, some sunglasses, and a hat. Oop, I just dropped the hat. Let's see if I can put the hat back there. Yeah, so there's the hat. It has a blue ribbon on it, but for the busy morning, it would have had a peach ribbon to match. So let's see. I'm going to try to go through all the dolls on this table. This is another Malibu Barbie, but she's actually not Malibu Barbie. She's Malibu PJ. I looked into it. I don't really like Malibu Barbie's face sculpt, so I won't be getting her. She's from 1971. I just put her in like a beachy cover up. And then I got a he came with her. This is Sun Lovin' Ken. Before in the first video, I didn't have Sun Lovin' Ken, but I got him, I got him in, and then I put him in this, what is this? Some kind of a wetsuit. And I also got another Sun Lovin' Ken, and to show his tan lines, I put him over here. And you could see he's got like tan lines. And he's just wearing some pants and boots. I'm kind of running out of Ken clothes. I found a listing on eBay, but be really careful about those lot listings for Ken clothes because they don't really fit the vintage Ken's legs very well. So it's kind of tricky getting extra Ken clothes these days for the vintage dolls. And this is Donnie again. And the reason why I have two Maries, I have her in another beach cover-up, is because he was missing the microphone. And I went looking for his microphone, and it turned out that what somebody wanted for the microphone was the same amount of somebody that was selling both dolls with both microphones. So I actually have another Donnie doll, but I won't put him out. But I put out both of the Maries because I had outfits for them. I don't have enough Ken clothes, or else I would have put the other Donnie out. But of course, he's like identical to him. He's just not dressed, so he's not being featured right now. Who else can I talk to? I kind of want to do one pass before I clear some of these dolls off. Okay. So I wanted to talk about this. This is a doll named Sean. He's part of the Teen Tracy, or no, part of the Teen Starr line. They came out in, when did that come out? 1979. So his shirt is wrinkled. I could probably iron it. And I put a laptop in his hand to hide the fact that one of his hands is missing. And yeah, so he probably could have fit those pants, but I had already cut them off. Their joints are really loose. So this is what is her name? The Starr doll, Starr. Even if I managed to get her in the packaging, I would have gotten rid of the packaging because I don't like to have that imagery. But as you could see, I saw something interesting online. Her face mold and the face mold of her friend, Teen Kelly, they were part of the set. So it was Starr, Kelly, Sean, and Tracy. Their face mold looks very similar to the Hart Family Mom face mold. So I think that's a recycled face mold that came out a little later, a few years later in the early 80s. Here's the other Hart Family Mom. And then interestingly enough, oh, yeah. So Hart Family Mom and Jazzy have a very similar face mold as well. So those three dolls, Hart Family Mom, um, what's her name? Kelly, Teen Kelly, and Jazzy have the same face mold. And also, yeah, Tracy, who is part of the Starr, Starr Barbie line, has the same face mold as, let's see if I could do this without knocking it down. Yeah, her face is very similar to um, Chelsea. Is that her name? Yeah, Jazzy and Chelsea. So that smile, I mean, that's really close to her smile. I love it. I'm going to see if I could get them closer together. I got to move some of these dolls really fast. So I'll take her and move her over closer to her smiling counterpart, Chelsea. I love this. I saw this and I was like, I really need to get on this because I'd known about these dolls for a few years. And then I looked now and I found her loose and I found her complete because there was another one I had found that was missing she was missing her hand. And yeah, I wanted her intact. And so I paid a little bit more for her than I would have liked. But it was my only chance because in the box, she's really getting kind of high now. So again, it's kind of like if you want something, this is really the time to look because these dolls that are so old, they're just getting rarer. So I wanted to kind of get a hold of her before I couldn't anymore. And that's it pretty much for this first pass. I showed him already. Yeah, I don't have a lot of Kaiser stands, so that's why some of the Kens are sitting. But yeah, he's got a trumpet, and I guess he's got a, a gift for Tracy and Todd. That's a fun gift. And then she's like waving. She's saying hello. I recently got some Kaiser stands, which I thought were Kaiser stands for the Kens. But they were so small when they came in, I was like, oh no. But then I thought about it and I was like, maybe I could use them for G.I. Joe and Dazzle. And it turns out they work. So they do make Kaiser stands that are tiny for 4-inch dolls. So yeah, that works. He's on there just fine. And so is she. So I just wanted to show that. Yeah, I gotta get a few more Kaiser stands in. I mean, it's not urgent, but it would be nice. All right. Recently, I saw a video where this is also another new doll. Um, they didn't like these. I think these are around $6 in Kmart right now, which is not bad. They're ballet dolls, Disney Princess, from the Disney Princess line. And they can't do the splits or anything. The person was not happy because they don't have a lot of jointing. But I guess since there are jointed dolls, there are, they have options. So you could have them with a lot of jointing or not. Because at least if she isn't jointed at the knee, she could always have really good ballet lines. And in ballet, lines are really important, having clean lines. So she's always going to have a clean leg line. So this doll has that going for it. Yeah, I like her. She's cute. I won't get another one, but um, yeah, I think it works. At first I was like, why are the shoes the same color as the rest of the leg? But again, it accentuates the line. So I'm not upset at it. So, and then what else? We have Dance Club. I'm going to talk about him more soon when I show the other dolls, but he came in. So we have the entire Dance Club crew ready to put on a show for the after party at Tracy and Todd's wedding. So it's all coming together. And I was going to fill in some information. What was I going to say? Because I didn't really go through all the dates like I wanted to. Oh, yeah, I was going to say about this doll. Just a stand in for the original 1959 Barbie. I checked online. Apparently, the lore goes that Barbie was born in Wisconsin, like a fictional town called, what was it? Willows, Wisconsin. And then, according to the Barbie Life in the Dream House series, she moved to California when she was like 8 or 9 years old. So there's that. I just wanted to run through some of the dates. So Jazzy and Maxie were 1988, 1989, brought out by Mattel to compete with Maxie, who came out in 1988. So they got like right on that. And they had the molds ready to go. So they just said, "Oh, you need a teen doll? We'll go back to Teen Tracy and Starr and make it work." So they were able to come right out with that. And then Son, Love, and Ken, who's no longer on the table here, he was 1978. Um, Donnie and Marie, they are, let's see, they're 1977. And Malibu PJ, who's not on the table anymore, of course, is 1971. And then Tracy and Todd, they are from, when are they from? 1982. So, yeah, my collecting range is mainly 79 to 89. That's sort of helping me. And I really kind of like the dolls from that era anyway. But yeah, so even though there are a few outliers, that's like my main collecting range, and I'm really, as far as that goes, I'm really kind of done because I don't want Barbie and the Rockers. I don't want Dream Glow. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with this range of dolls. So, and the ones I have from the range. So, yeah, that's it. Let's see. Try to get to Dance Club next. I'm glad they could join us. Okay, so thankfully the dance club crew was able to make it. We have the entire crew. We have Devin. She's wearing a fur coat, a faux fur coat with a cartoon on it and a skirt and some cute shoes. And who's over here? Kayla from the first video. Just wearing a fun kind of tropical print dress, papery dress. And clear shoes. And then Barbie, who's wearing a dance club fashion. It's not the original outfit, but I like this one. I'm glad she came in this. And then, of course, Dance Club Ken. So he's here too, wearing his interesting outfit from the 80s. It says they came out in 1989, which is fine. I think that tracks. That's what's listed. I didn't get any of them in the box, but yeah, that's fun. I'm happy to see them. I think this artwork is always just, oh, I love it. I'm glad I got that. I'm glad I got the picture of that. It's just, yeah, so they're gonna maybe perform at Tracy and Todd's after party. I think everybody's gonna perform because, they like a good party and everybody's here to have a good time. So yeah, that's them. Dance Club. I'm glad I have them. I do really like them a lot. Okay, so I wanted to show these two dolls in the box. Um, I got these in because I thought I was going to use them as models, but I like them so much in the box. I think I'm going to keep them in the boxes. This is Campus Sweetheart from 2006. That's where the background comes from. And this is Wedding Day Barbie from 1996. So, yeah, super cute. I could show you what the back of the boxes look like. Let's see if I turn it around. Yeah, it's really pretty. So, I don't know if you could see the text there, but that's what it looks like. And then the back of the box here, this is what this one looks like. It says State College because that's where Barbie goes to school. And then you could see what it says on the back of the box. And yeah, I saw a video by a YouTuber named Beauty in a Box, and he wasn't sure why Barbie was rooting for state. And it turns out in the United States, most states have two main college systems, the state school and the university of the state. So, for example, like um, Ohio State or University of Ohio or Kentucky State or University of Kentucky. So wherever Barbie is, she is rooting for state. So that's what that is about. And yeah, so that's where this backdrop came from. I didn't plan on getting these, but I'm glad I did because I think that they're really cute. They're really pretty. And I'm glad I have them. But yeah, I really do. Even though I'm not done, I think I am slowed down right now. She's saying, hurry with the picture. I can't hold this pose forever. Yeah, I saw that thing with Beauty in the Box, Beauty in a Box. His video, he was unboxing the first Barbie Dream House, and it was super cute. I love to see it. Yeah, I guess when they updated the Dream House for the reproduction of it that they released, I don't know, like almost a decade ago now. Um, Yeah, they switched out the records. I guess people today wouldn't know who the four preps on campus were, so they uh, they just made it all Barbie records that time. Okay, the three dolls in front are available now in Walmart. Um, yeah, if you go to Walmart, you should probably find them. The one in the middle in the lavender is actually on sale now for $6. And I went ahead and I thought about it again, and yeah, this one, yeah, I had the Millie sculpt. I did give her away, but I repurchased her because I do want to keep this as the model after all. And it's okay, if a kid gets to enjoy it. I mean, that's what's most important anyway. Um, yeah, but why I wanted to do this is when I thought about it, even though it's not obvious and I don't even know if it was intended, I think that these three in the stores right now are references to, of course, Perfume Pretty in the blue, but I think this one is Lilac and Lovely. And then, even though this is a rose, the regular original Perfume Pretty Barbie. So, yeah, the color scheme is pretty identical. Um, and it's fun. So I had like the older dolls in the back watching the new dolls carrying forward with their updated fashions in the old-fashioned color scheme. So yeah, they're watching the new girls take their turn. Um, Even though us collectors prefer the old girls. Yeah, it's the new girls' time now. So it's fine. And I think they're lovely. They're fun. And yeah, like I said, she's on sale. So yeah, there's them. Okay, and just for the sake of future reference, because these dolls aren't going to be in stores forever, um, yeah, I wanted to film their item numbers. So in case you're looking for any of these dolls, these are the item numbers. So as you could see, the one in the blue is 237, the one in the lilac is 216, and the one with the rose on the dress is number 238. I wanted to film a quick addendum to something I said during the club story. So I'm just going to kind of pan around on this backdrop while I fill in this information. I had said that at a certain point of the night, there was like, we got home from the club and then there was drama, and I went and got ready for bed. And I wanted to clarify, there wasn't really any drama. I guess I just said it like that because it was more stuff going on, and I was like, I'm too tired. So what happened was we got back from the club, and she had a high school boyfriend that she had been dating for quite a while, but they were sort of on again, off again. And we were back for about 10, 15 minutes at her house. And then he came over. And I had a chance to meet him, but I was so tired by that point. I just wanted to get ready for bed. So I did, and she went down to let him in, and at that point, I just sort of lost track. I was like, I am just getting ready for bed. So, yeah, I think I just turned in from what I can remember. I just went to bed first, and I guess he stayed over for a little bit. But yeah, I just went to sleep by that point. I had had enough of the night. It was like we were treating 2:30 in the morning, like 2 in the afternoon. So I just sort of got up, hung out for a little bit in the living room. Like got up around 6, and then I think I left around 8:30-ish to catch the train. And yeah, just went back to school and went back to my place and got some sleep, and that was it. So it wasn't really dramatic. It was just I couldn't at that point in time at the night. I would have loved to meet him because I don't think I ever met him. So that was like my one chance to meet that guy, I guess. And I didn't meet him. But my friend, she's okay, Life happens. We haven't really talked about all of that since. I feel kind of bad. It's like one of those things where it's like I listened to it for a long time. And of course, you want to be a good friend and be there for your friends. Um, so I try to do that. But yeah, I mean, of course, I talked to her afterward, and they had finally broken up, and she didn't really say much about it. I know she and he continued to date after that night. So that's kind of hard to go through something like that, but you're so invested, and she was in the apartment and everything, so it's hard to just, you know, course correct basically. And yeah, so fast forward today, she's fine. Life is up and down, challenging for everyone. Um, but she's okay, and I wish, like everyone else, we had more time to talk and hang out, but like hopefully in time, we'll get back to, you know, talking more and having more time to um hang out and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's what happened there. It wasn't really drama. It was just a late night, and I needed to go to bed. So, that was it. Okay, I wanted to show this backdrop one more time because I just love this so much. I can't get over it. I wanted to show it without anything in front of it. I'm really glad I got these books. Sometimes I think to myself, this is a bit excessive. Like, why would I buy 3 of the same book when I'm on eBay? It's like, why would I do that? And it's a good price, of course. And I'm like, okay, it's a good price and I like it and I don't even know what I'm doing. But then years later, I'm like, oh, this works because, you could expand the scene. And it's just great. So I'm glad I got three. So I'm able to keep one intact. And then the other two, I took apart so I could use the backdrops because you have to take the staples out because it's in a booklet form. And yeah, it's just great. I mean, I could just stare at this. Just stare at this for a long time. Just taking in everyone's expression and what they're wearing. And yeah, it's pretty fabulous. I really, really, really like it. So yeah, I just wanted to show you the backdrop a little clearer. And here's where I extended it with the second panel. So yeah, that's it. Love this. So this is from 1981. And so are Tracy and Todd. So it really does go. It's a lot of fun. All right, so that's that. Todd is still not wearing socks. I think that guy in the back is judging him. Okay, I wanted to do one more shot of some of the dolls set up in front of this really great backdrop. I'm thinking that if you're looking for additional backdrops, probably search for paper doll books from the 80s, probably particularly the early 80s, and they'll come with backdrops that are the right size for the Barbies and Kens because the paper dolls are about the same size, like height-wise. So, yeah, I would definitely check that. So, Tracy and Todd are finally at a more proper wedding venue. And, yeah, so that should be it for part 2 of the doll video. I can't think of anything else right now, except that maybe I was thinking, this would be something to do, not necessary, but I didn't really have any early 1980s dresses for the Barbies, so a lot of them aren't in period accurate fashion, so I could look for that online, but yeah, that would just be something else to search for. So, yeah, that's it for now. So, I hope you have a great day today. All right, love you. Bye bye. Well, I wanted to make a quick video to say that the extra tapes have been found. I am going through them now, and I should have some extended footage posted by June, if not sooner. I'm really going to try to work on this every day, or every few days at least, but there's a lot, which is great. I'm so glad that I was able to find it. I'll probably try to insert a story about how I found the tapes that might not be that interesting, but just in case, I just wanted to say this quickly. There's gonna be some more extended footage. Okay, I'm trying to be a little bit quiet about filming this. I'm in a place where um, the tapes might be. This isn't my stuff though. I'm going through this area and it's actually really organized. Like, I was sort of surprised how organized it is. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but yeah, I really like it. I mean, he's got like pictures of what's inside the boxes and everything. I think that's great. It works. I actually looked through these. The high school tapes aren't in these boxes, unfortunately. I did find some things, but I'll talk about that uh, at another time. But yeah, I was looking through this stuff and I couldn't really read it. And I was like, okay, there's stuff and junk. There's records and old school stuff, old wallets from the 1960s. And then there was like one, I couldn't read it. I'm like, what does that say? And it says 3 things to do for a happy life. 1, pay your taxes. 2, mind your business. 3, keep Will Smith's wife's name out of your mouth. And I'm like, oh, okay. So yeah, organizational skills and a sense of humor. So yeah, yeah, I guess that's something that would help you in life. So yeah, I'm still looking, but hopefully I will have some good news, you know? Anything is good news. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to go back to looking for the stuff. Yan. Yan. I'm talking to Yan right now. Yan, do you still have this picture? I remember I went to your house one time and I saw this picture and I was like, I think we have the same picture. You never saw it when you came over, but I tried to describe it to you, and here it is. So, do you still have this? I don't know where it's from, but anyway, you'll let me know. This isn't Barbie related, but this is going to be a short aside of me looking for the video yearbook tapes and one Barbie thing. This is a doll my mom got a long time ago when she went overseas. I think it's from Korea. I always loved this doll. I'm looking through this section. I searched through here. I found um 8-track tapes and records. So, unfortunately, no high school tapes in this location. Apparently, there's still a lot of old records that I had still hanging around. How old is this? Anyway, yeah, so yeah, stuff I probably listened to that I could probably listen to again, but I don't know if I'm going to spend time today doing that, so we'll see. But I do love this. I could probably look up their names, but yeah, familiar faces. Yeah, apparently I also had one where Bob sings. Um, I don't really remember this one, but there's a lot of good songs on here. He sings High Hopes and In the Good Old Summertime and yeah, Isn't She Lovely? So that's great. Yeah, I mean I really should check these out again. I just don't know if I'm gonna have time today. And I also don't know the looks I'm gonna get from other people if I suggest listening to these. And of course, I have the Barbie record that I invited friends over to listen to when I was having some sort of get together when I was under 10 years old and playing this loudly in the backyard. My poor neighbors. Here's the other side. Yeah, I don't know. When I remember that, I always feel a little embarrassed because, I mean, there's this lady singing over and over again, Barbie, Barbie, Barbie and her friends, and I just thought it was great. And I'm playing this in the backyard, and I can only imagine what my neighbors were thinking. They were probably like, well, she's under 10, so it's okay. And here's the other side of the record. It's like a really cute campfire scene with Barbie, Christy, Skipper, and a friend, and Ken. And what does it say? 1981, Mattel. So that was my Barbie heyday, I guess. 81 and 84. Yeah, this was fun. I don't know if I should be filming in here, but at least I could talk a little bit more normally. I had to whisper before. I'm sorry, that probably made the audio quality not the greatest, but it's sort of late and, or early. It's early and, people aren't up yet. But anyway, I am still looking for these, video yearbook tapes, and I might as well just show you other interesting things if I find them. Okay, so I found this. It's so funny. I'll show some of these things because they've really been gone since like 1995. Like I haven't. I mean, this obviously is a calendar from 99, but yeah, my stuff from that time. I guess 95 to 99 just sort of got put away, and I guess I'll show you some of this stuff. Let me see if I could kind of pan around a little bit like this. This is what I'm talking about. Not to put the business out there, but like not everything is organized, and apparently some things were found, and I really hope the video yearbook tapes aren't in this stuff. Oh gosh, I don't really want to. I mean, this is like this is going to be a project. This is going to be a project, and I know I'm going to end up being involved. But that's a truck. I probably shouldn't show this because it's not my stuff. But yeah, there's a truck under there. And there's stuff in the bed of the truck. Yeah, apparently there's something in this suitcase. And so I'm going to try to look through some things. So, yeah, I'll show you little things. See what I'm going through if you're interested to find the tapes. Because, you know, it, I couldn't foresee. I could not foresee that I would have to move these things. I thought I would have a chance to move them, but someone else moved them for me. So I'm just grateful to have what I have. I'm grateful, so it's okay. But that's what I'm up to, and I'll just show you little things as I go through some of this stuff. Here's one of the pictures inside of the calendar. I guess this was a calendar I was using back then. It's really cool. And then I remember finding this in an old, like, curio shop in Berkeley. It's this really old picture. I guess it's I'd say it was from the 30s. And it's an actual photograph of this lady. I want to see if I could get this. She's flirting with this guy. I was like, yeah, that's relatable. I mean, at that time, that was, and she's well dressed, and I thought, I love this picture. It's just a random picture that just got in like an antique shop, and I just love that. That is such a moment. This is what was on the back of the picture. Rebecca and Sultan, 6912 Hollywood Boulevard, Gladstone, 6108. So I don't know what that means, but eventually, I mean, if I wanted to look into it, maybe that would help. Here's another picture from the calendar. It's like drive-ins and stuff. So the old cars. Oh my gosh, thank God. Like seriously, thank God. I was looking, I had this suitcase, and I thought that my journals were in the suitcase, but I didn't realize that the video yearbook tapes were also in the suitcase. So they've been found, and I'm so excited. I don't even know what to do. Okay. You guys, you have no idea. You have no idea. Oh my goodness. And I still can't talk very loudly because it's still like early. Okay, I have to figure this out. I have to figure this out. I'm so, so happy. And this isn't even everything I found. I found some stuff yesterday, but this is it. This is it. This is all the tapes, and I had no idea. I must have really thrown out a lot of my journals. Like that was maybe. I have to, but I did find one from senior year. Oh, wow. There's a lot. There's a lot. But I just wanted to let you know the video yearbook tapes have been found. Oh my goodness. So, I have a job to do. But I love you guys. So it is so, so worth it. It's a day later. Well, no, 2 days later. I found the videotapes on January 9th, 2026, and now it's the 11th. So yesterday I just got some things done and oh goodness, I looked around again. Things are looking pretty nice around here. There used to be a tree there and they took it out. And so now there's a clear view right up into the hills. So I was looking around, trying to find some more stuff. Not like I needed to find more stuff, but I didn't really find what I was looking for, but it's okay. I really, it, I don't need any more Barbies. All right, it's fine. I'll just admit it. I was looking for Barbies, and if they're missing, it's perfectly fine. So, yeah, I'm gonna try to get some errands done and maybe do a little filming around town. We'll see. I wanted to talk about a few things, but before I go, because I had to do some grocery shopping anyway, I just wanted to show you a few things that I did find. Lemons. This lemon tree has been here forever. And there's all this stuff around, which I won't show because it's not my stuff. So we'll just leave it at the lemon tree. I don't know if this is visible, but I found a couple posters I got in my freshman year of college. And I guess I was picking out art based upon my mood because I was not happy. I was very unhappy, like like this cat was. I had come from having such a fun time in, Novato and high school and hanging out with you guys, and then I had all this work to do. And I was like, I can't believe it. This is going to be my life for the next 4 years or more, and I knew I was definitely looking at more, and yeah, it was not a good time. So that pretty much sums up my feelings, how I felt to be leaving Novato and at college. And then I had this other picture, which I remember looking at it and going, I feel just like this guy. He's like in an ocean, and there's this huge escalator, and he's got so far to go, and he's so tiny. And I was like, this is my life. This is my life. It's like I'm in this sea, and I have so much to do, and it's horrible. So yeah, I used to stare at this, and this would reinforce my feelings. And then I found a few more odds and ends. I guess I've always tried to make collages. I like little collages, and then something I got from, I don't know, an advertisement in Berkeley, and just the hazy, grungy feeling of the time. Even though it was a lot of fun, it was still very an alternative 90s scene. And then I drew myself a picture a long time ago. It says to myself, from myself, and yeah, I just found it. So thank you, younger me, for this picture. Yeah, I guess I'm hanging out with a snowman. I was debating whether or not I should try to keep these, but I think I will. I think I will. I probably won't display them, but you know, they're not, they're okay. I'm fine now. Wherever this guy ended up, I hope, I think he made it out of this ocean. So I can look at this now and it's not gonna uh, be my feelings. So yeah, I could keep these. Hey, well, it's part 2 of the doll video. I didn't think there was gonna be a part 2, but here we are. This time there's only 15 plus more dolls. Um, you know, um, I say 15 plus because I know it's less than 20. So that's good. Things are on track, I guess. I'm not going too crazy getting new dolls and stuff. But I just wanted to make a quick intro for this video. Um yeah, so this video has a few things in it. There's going to be a club story, there's probably going to be a short Bible talk, and what else? Oh, yeah. There's going to be a short sequence about finding the rest of the video yearbook tapes. So we're going to have some more extended footage, and I am so excited about that. There's going to be a lot. I had to figure out how to put it all together, but I'm so glad it's been found. So a few things in this video, and yeah, I hope you like it. I can talk a little louder now because I'm away. I went over to Hamilton, and I thought I would film a few things. You know, all the stuff. I'm so glad it's still here, but it's changing. This is, you know, where the Sunday school used to be. I'll probably, you know, take a short walk. Even though I'm supposed to be grocery shopping right now, it's not a big deal. It's not urgent. And, yeah, just film a couple things. I'm not here for very long. I'm here for like a couple days. I was supposed to get together with Peony today, but she's got some family things, and I'll walk around and film and talk about it some more. I love architecture and real estate and stuff, so this is almost like a weird fantasy for me. Because you know, I was again, like around the age of 10 and older, and, you know, had friends around here, lived here myself, and now it's just so quiet. Everything's boarded up. I think that was the dream when I was younger. You know, I couldn't imagine anything else. The goal was to grow up, finish high school, and then do this myself. I mean, live in these types of houses with my friends. We used to talk about it. We had it all planned. We were going to live on the same street. And then things changed. Yeah, Brendan used to live here. I think this is his house, or was his house. And Carrie F. used to live a few doors down. And I used to get dropped off in the morning before school at Carrie's house. And that was fun. Sometimes we'd see Brendan getting ready or leaving the house for school around the same time as us. Farmer's Field. And then they put all those houses over there. Let's see if I can zoom in. Those used to be military houses. Now they're not. I guess I'm going to be taking a walk. I don't mind. I used to do this all the time. That's one thing. At least around here, you could just walk and not worry about it. On the East Coast, not so much for some reason. It's a little bit busier. You know, it has its ups and downs. But yeah, so I don't know, maybe this one was Brendan's house. You know, we kept in touch a little bit after high school. I hope he's okay. And I hope Carrie's okay. I haven't talked to her in forever. Elizabeth might have kept in touch with her more, but I know at her house, that's where the first time I saw what was it? Yeah, Desert Bloom, the movie Desert Bloom on the TV. And yeah, I was like, wow, you know. Yeah, I guess a lot of other people have challenges with their families sometimes. I kind of wanted to say something about that. I had to think about it. Yeah, I think I wanted to say, you know, with these videos, I haven't made a lot of them, but I think I kind of come off like la la la, Barbie, blah, you know, like everything's just so, you know, trivial. And, you know, uh, I try to say things that I think might help other people at times. And I don't really know how to phrase this or put this, but, you know, I also have issues that have been going on for years where, you know, and I think a lot of other people probably face this too. So I just want to say, you know, if you have someone in your life or people in your life that give you a hard time and they seem to enjoy it and they seem to use giving you a hard time as a way to boost their own self-esteem or vent their frustrations, I would just say, you know, it's a hard situation, but at the same time, you know, just know that you're responsible for your reactions. So don't give them a reaction. Don't stress yourself out. Um, as best you can, you know, because again, I totally believe that God has it, and um, as hard as as hard as it is on some level, there's something about a scripture about, you know, sometimes people are using up the measure of their sins. So sometimes bad things are going to happen. You're going to go through things, and that's just part of that person's journey. So it's hard, you know, give yourself credit for going through things that are difficult, and, you know, just don't get wrapped up in it. You know, see what you have to do to power through the situation, to get away from the bad things that are happening to you, and, you know, just keep moving forward. You know, it's unfortunately it always seems like it's something, and these things always tend to happen, but just know that as long as you aren't doing anything wrong, there's nothing that you have to really be too concerned about. Just try to do the best you can. Treat other people well, even the person that's giving you the hard time. And, you know, try to get out of that situation. If it's not going to stop and it's bothering you, you know, sometimes you have obligations you can't really get away, but, you know, just stay, I want to say stay true to your principles, I guess, and what you know is right, and God will take care of it. I don't know if you could see this, but I just loved these terracotta tiles in the summer. I'm going to see if I could get a closer look at some point. But like in the summer, oh my goodness. It's like if you didn't have shoes on, it was like the best thing. The best thing ever. It was like luxury. Luxurious terracotta tiles. Ah. Some people still live here because the Coast Guard has a presence. Yeah, these houses are really nice. I love them. This is what I was talking about the tiles. I mean, that one's broken. Those are broken. I tell you, this architecture, I just love it. And I grew up seeing it, so I'm just so fond of it. I hope they end up doing something about this asbestos and save the houses. Because they're so pretty. I think they should keep them forever. A little palm tree. Amy and Devin used to live in these houses here. And I was always like, they have the best view. Right over the water. Could see right through to the bay. I don't know if I could zoom in. It's kind of bright, but yeah, see right over the water. So nice. Yeah, it was so fun hanging out with you guys. Just such interesting architecture. I just loved it. And all these interesting little features, like the accents around the doors. Just some more views. Okay, now we're approaching the building that I wanted to own. Well, I still kind of do want to own it, but I'm going to dream. I'm just going to dream. The Officers Club. So I'm going to go over there and we'll take a closer look at that. This is the place. So many early memories, like when I was a little kid. There used to be like an animal, like a veterinarian here. We used to take the cat over to do whatever she needed to do. And then it was also the club, but not like it used to be back in its heyday. I don't know. I'll get a closer look. Yeah, so there are the curved arch, like the curved archways for the windows and the entryway, one of the entryways. And there used to be a large tree in that concrete area over there. I'm going to walk a little closer. Well, the house or the club I'd like to own would need a lot of work. It looks like it's been through some things, but I'm thinking the inside is probably just as nice because it's boarded up, so it's probably fine in there. Not like I'm going to go in and see because, let's see, no one's allowed in there right now for some reason. But yeah, this is where Elizabeth and Joy and I used to take ballet. So when I put up the video of that Joy gave me, this is where the recital was. It was at this officers club. So yeah, like that was, I definitely knew where that tape was. And that was so sweet. It was like probably the last week of school in high school. And she came up and hugged me and gave me that VHS and said she thought I'd like it because she had found it of us taking ballet together as a kid. And I think I came home and watched it once, and it is cute, but I haven't seen it since. I'm gonna watch it again, but yeah, God bless her and rest her. It's hard to think about. It's just hard, just hard. We don't want these things to happen. This is a building at the end of the driveway from the Officers Club. I have never known this building to not be boarded up. So this building has definitely been boarded up for 40 years, probably more than 40 years. I have a feeling that sometime in the 70s, this building got boarded up. And it used to be, I think it was like a hotel. I don't know what kind of hotel, some sort of a military hotel, but yeah, it's been boarded up for quite a while. You used to be able to get down in the garage area, and like people used to spray paint and stuff, so it's probably like blocked off now. But yeah, of course, in my real estate fantasies, I'm like, okay, so I could own the building over here, and then if I'm having like a lot of like party guests, they could come down to this building, and I could put up my guests for the night, and it'll be perfect. And there's a little play turtle, like a little thing for kids to climb on. That's also been here since I've never known it not to be. So definitely the early 80s, probably sooner. That turtle is just passing the decades by, always staring at the Officers Club. There are stairs, and it doesn't say that I can't go down the stairs. So maybe that's how I'll get down the hill. Take a closer look at the military hotel. If I was younger, I would do it. I'd go down these stairs, even though there's all kinds of brush and things and stuff. And it's not like I can't do it. I could physically do it. But as a person that is my age now, I'm like, let me use some better sense and like, not just run everywhere and do everything. So I'll go the other way, and maybe I could still get close to the building. Okay, so I managed to get closer to the building going the other way. And we have one of these huge palm trees just growing out of the ground, like no stem or anything, just the palm tree. And over here, this used to be open. That's where the kids would go in and like vandalize like they were not supposed to. But yeah, you can't get in there now. But yeah, that's the hotel. Just sitting empty. And I hope, I don't mind. it's not my call, but yeah, if it stays here forever, I would not mind because I love it. Some more greenery. Yeah, they'll probably cut the grass later. It just finished raining a bunch, I've heard. Jill and Carrie M used to live over here too. Yeah, Well, let's go back. Well, they cleaned these buildings up. They used to be abandoned. It's so weird knowing the landscape and seeing it so different. This used to be a tennis court. And then before then, in the 70s, this used to be a giant swimming pool and it had steps coming down the hill and everything. Yeah, yeah. Used to play tennis here. That entryway, how dramatic. I mean, that'd be a good location for a movie right there. Just coming in with that. That is so nice. And what else? At a certain point, I show a magazine with the characters of Mad Men on it. And usually I wouldn't recommend a show like Mad Men, but I actually really appreciate that show so much. They did such a good job with that. All of the, what is it? All of the props and wardrobe, everything you see on screen, besides the actors themselves, are of the time period. And they do such an amazing job. I just love it because I think, sometimes when I think about telling stories and whether I should tell a certain story, because it sounds like there are scandalous elements in it or things like that, I'm reminded about how much I personally got out of the Mad Men series, and just how they portrayed life, like the people, showing the two sides of, the image you try to show to the world, the way you try to show up in the world, and what's really going on behind the scenes. And I loved how accurate feeling it came off because, you have these characters that if you look at them from the outside, you think, oh, their lives are pretty put together, even the main characters. And behind the scenes, it's just a huge mess. And you try to make things work out the best that you can, but I could really relate to that. And I really appreciate seeing the reality portrayed of how life just kind of is. Things happen, people go through things. Whether it was Peggy or Dawn, they're trying to show up in the world the best way they can and they do a good job of it, but they're really kind of struggling sometimes and facing a lot of setbacks and challenges. I mean, I think about that scene where Peggy and Pete, she tells him finally that she had his child, and that scene, that's probably the one of the best acted scenes I've ever seen in my life. And I feel that, it's like she says, I could have I could have shamed you or something like that. I could have shamed you into being with me. And it just shows like, you have social constraints. You have moral constraints. You get into situations, you try not to get into other situations. And I just appreciated the beauty of all that. So, if you do check out Mad Men, I mean, there's some parts like I had to skip a season once because it just got kind of intense. I think it was like season 5. I had to skip most of it because Don was really doing a lot. He was going off the rails there, but I love it. And what is her name? Her name on the show was Peggy Olson. I can't remember her real name in real life, but what is it? I don't know. But anyways, she's amazing. The whole cast is amazing. And yeah, things like that inspire me to kind of, when I do tell a story, sometimes it's good to tell the whole story because, it does help. It helps a lot. I remembered the character Peggy Olson was played by the actress Elizabeth Moss. Okay, that's it for over here. I guess I'll head back. I remember when they planted these palm trees. It's so funny seeing them so big now. And one last thing I wanted to add, I really hope that they eventually bring Mad Men back again, like to extend the story into the 80s and 90s. Because I'd really love to see what happened to those characters. Yeah, yeah, such an amazing show. I love these hills. I'm really gonna miss this again. But God willing, I'll be back again and it'll be a great time. Okay, well I'm back. No one noticed I was gone for longer than it takes to get groceries. So that's good. That works out. Um what is going on? Oh yeah, okay. So it turns out that Peonia and I are not going to get together today. She has some family things. I totally understand. That's how it works. You know, family things, you gotta stay on top of it these days. So, we're not going to get together, but I also am not going to be around for very much longer either. So, everybody, Liz, Claudia, I know we were going to try to redo the music videos. I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb and say anybody that wants to join us, I don't know, Kristen, Molly, any of the other people from the class, if you want to get together and make music videos, you see what we do. We we put on music and we dance around and film it. So we're going to try to do a reprise of that. I don't think we can make them in the same location as last time. So I was thinking maybe get an Airbnb and make a day of it. But of course, it's going to be one of those things where I'd have to be in town for a little longer than I am going to be this time. But we'll work it out. We'll work it out. And yeah, anybody, I have all these things we can we could do. But yeah, we'll just make it normal and fun. Girls or guys, if they wanted to dance around with us too, you're totally welcome. So yeah, so anyway, I'm gonna end this now. I don't think I'm gonna film anything else in Novato, but who knows? We'll see. All right. At least the tapes were found, so that's a major thing there. All right. Well, have a great day today. Bye bye.
You're the one giving up the love anytime he needs it. But you turn your back and then he's off and running with the crowd. You're the one to sacrifice anything to please him. Do you really think he thinks about you when he's out? He's a cold-hearted snake. Look into his eyes. He's been telling lies. He's a lover boy at play. He don't play by the rules. Girl, don't play the fool, no.
Okay. Welcome to the Bible Talk. We've got another crowd assembled for the Bible Talk. I didn't call it a Bible study because I'm not going to really get that in depth. There are some scriptures and an article I'm going to go over, but it's just sort of general concepts and things that I've been thinking about that I don't really um like I'm still working through these things myself. Like especially the Christmas thing. I really started thinking about it more seriously just this year. So I'm going to talk about it more soon. But in the meantime, I just wanted to jump into this and I'm going to read the scriptures and read the article and then come back and we could just sort of generally talk about it. So, yeah, this is the Bible Talk. And the article I think is coming up next. I thought I was finished. Actually, I'm filming this about a month after my the last part I just filmed. I had taped it before or filmed it before, but it didn't turn out very well, so I wanted to try something differently. So I'm going to start with the scriptures first and then move on to the article. So I want to start with Matthew 7:13, the narrow and wide gates. It says, "Enter through the narrow gate, for wide is the gate and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." Matthew 7:21-29. "Not everyone who says to me, 'Lord, Lord,' will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. Many will say to me on that day, 'Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, and in your name drive out demons, and in your name perform many miracles?' Then I will tell them plainly, 'I never knew you. Away from me, you evildoers.'" Matthew 12:35-37. "A good man brings good things out of the good stored up in him, and an evil man brings evil things out of the evil stored up in him. But I tell you that everyone will have to give account on the day of judgment for every empty word they have spoken. For by your words you will be acquitted, and by your words you will be condemned." And then this last one that's going to relate to the article says, Jeremiah 10:3-5. "For the practices of the peoples are worthless. They cut a tree out of the forest, and a craftsman shapes it with his chisel. They adorn it with silver and gold. They fasten it with hammer and nails, so it will not totter. Like a scarecrow in a cucumber field, their idols cannot speak. They must be carried, because they cannot walk. Do not fear them. They can do no harm. They can do no harm, nor can they do any good." So that sounds like it's describing Christmas trees. So I know it's past that time of year. So depending on when you're seeing this video, this may or may not be timely. But I think that this is good to think about because it can be applied to a variety of things. Just being aware of what we're saying and doing, and not being cavalier about what we say, and really taking the time to actually think about what we're saying. So I came across this article last year, and what am I trying to say? I don't condone like name calling. I understand where he's coming from, but I don't hold it against anyone of any denomination. I think we're all just hopefully trying to do the best we can. So these are his words. They're not mine, but they are giving me a basis for thinking about this. And I think that he brings up some very good points. So I'm going to read this now. This is an article that could be found online called "The True Meaning of Christmas" by David Meyer. It starts off by saying, "They tell us that it is the season to be jolly. It is a time of ornaments, red and green decorations, silver bells, holly and mistletoe, colored lights. It is also a time of department store Santas calling out their universal mantra, 'Ho, ho, ho, Merry Christmas.' Nearly all of the realm of so-called Christianity joins in and repeats the same greeting, 'Merry Christmas.' Although we hear these words constantly, as they resonate millions of times throughout the land, almost nobody understands what they're really saying. It is the purpose of this tract to take the words Merry Christmas and examine the true meaning and essence of these words." Those words. Okay. A true Christian would want to examine everything they say, because Jesus said in Matthew 12:36-37, "But I say unto you, that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. For by your words you shall be justified, and by your words you shall be condemned." We will now set aside all of the customs, glitter, and traditions of Christmas, which were taken from pagan witchcraft and popularized by the Roman Catholic Church, and we will focus on the true meaning of the words Merry Christmas. The word Merry is simple to define. It unquestionably means to be happy, joyful, and light-hearted. The word merry fits into the ambiance of laughter and frivolity. This word merry by itself is innocent and innocuous enough, but as we will now see, it becomes heinously blasphemous when used with the word Christmas. Here let it be noted that most people think that the word Christmas means the birth of Christ. By definition, it means death of Christ, and I will prove it by using the World Book Encyclopedia, the Catholic Encyclopedia, and a book entitled The Mass in Slow Motion. If you are an honest, sincere, discerning Christian, please read on. If not, you might as well stop here. The World Book Encyclopedia defines Christmas as follows. The word Christmas comes from Christus Mass, an early English phrase that means Mass of Christ. It is interesting to note that the word Mass, as used by the Roman Catholics, has traditionally been recycled by the so-called Protestants, such as Lutherans, Baptists, Methodists, Presbyterians, Pentecostals, and so on. The word Mass is strictly a Catholic word, and thus so is Christ Mass. It would stand to reason that since all of these denominations love and embrace Christmas, that December 25th is the great homecoming day, when all of the Protestants become Catholic for a day. It would seem that all of the so-called wayward daughters of the Roman Church return to their mother, the Scarlet Harlot. Thus, all of the so-called Protestant churches could sing to the Pope that particular song, I'll Be Home for Christmas. As previously stated, the word Mass in religious usage means a death sacrifice. The impact of this fact is horrifying and shocking, for when the millions of people are saying Merry Christmas, they are literally saying Merry Death of Christ. Furthermore, when the fat man in the red suit laughs boisterously and says, Ho, 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 Merry Christmas, he is mocking and laughing at the suffering and bleeding. He is mocking and laughing at the suffering and bleeding Savior, who died for our sins. He does this while parents place their little children into his waiting arms to hear his false promises of gifts that he says he will give them. Consider what you are saying when you say Merry Christmas. What is so amusing about our Savior's painful death? What is so funny? Why is Santa laughing? Why are you going along with it? Your words do count, and Satan knows it. Yes, the word Mass does mean death sacrifice, and to cement that fact, we will consider the definition of the inventors of the religious application of the word Mass. I am looking at page 537 of the Catholic Encyclopedia, which says, in the Christian law, the supreme sacrifice is that of the Mass. It goes on to say, the supreme act of worship consists essentially in an offering of a worthy victim to God, the offering made by a proper person, as a priest, the destruction of the victim. Please note carefully the word victim of the Mass. The Latin word for victim is hostia, from which the word host is derived. The Mass, by definition of those who coined the word, is a sacrifice involving a victim. There is no other meaning for the word Mass or Christ Mass. On page 110 of a book entitled The Mass in Slow Motion, we find the following words. It is only with the consecration that the sacrifice of the Mass is achieved. I have represented the Mass to you, more than once, as a kind of ritual dance. In essence, the Mass is a ceremonial slaying of Jesus Christ over and over again, followed by the eating of his flesh and the drinking of his blood. The Mass is the death sacrifice, and the host is the victim. This is the official Roman Catholic doctrine, and Christmas is a word that they invented. Again I ask, what is so merry about the pain, bleeding, suffering, and death of Jesus Christ? Satan has done quite a job of getting millions of so-called Christians to blaspheme. What a deceiver he is. Now you know the true meaning of the word Christmas or Mass of Christ. There is much more to know about this pagan holiday, and we will be glad to provide you with plenty of evidence that Jesus was not born on December 25th, and that Christmas is not only a lie, but is actually a witch's Sabbat called Yule in clever disguise. For the sake of your soul, flee from idolatry. Okay, so that was the article and the scriptures I wanted to go over. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of talk and we'll see how this goes, where it goes. I don't know. That's a thing. Sometimes I just don't know where I'm gonna go with these topics, but it brings up things and I will just start somewhere. On the table, I have that little I mean, I guess you can't really call it a Christmas tree. It's a stylized Christmas tree. It's looks like it's made out of peppermint and it's got a peppermint candy on top, even though it's, I don't know what it is, resin or something. It's got glitter on it. And so I get it. I've tried to stop saying Christmas. I remember a few years ago there's that whole, is there a war on Christmas? Are people supposed to stop saying Christmas? And people were all up in arms. But it's kind of like, I think about it now and I'm just like the song I think I'm going to use for the intro to this, like a stylized cold-hearted snake by Paula Abdul, which I loved in junior high, and I think it still has a really special place in my heart. I love that song. It is amazing. The music video is a little bit. I wouldn't, yeah, don't go watch it. But yeah, I love Paula Abdul. I mean, who doesn't love Paula Abdul? She's so nice and amazing and just so talented. I've seen videos of her dancing today and it's like she's still out there dancing. I wish I need to start dancing more. But that's another I don't want to get off on that. Where am I going with this? Okay, so yes, the cold-hearted snake. And I was like, I love that song and in a way it kind of ties into what I want to talk about with the Bible talk because this is crazy. When you think about it, this is actually so crazy. To think that there are billions of people all over the world running around saying Merry Christmas when it literally translates to Merry Death of Christ. And we just didn't think about it. That's just what we did. It's like I don't hold anything against people of other denominations and faiths because we're all in this trying to get through our lives and do the right things, for the most part, hopefully. And, we just were born into this. And as a kid, you go to church, there's like a nativity scene, which I still think is really cute and good, but it's on September 25th. And a lot of times in the church, you have a huge cross behind you. And you then go and visit Santa and sit on his lap and talk to him about what you want. And you have a tree in your house and you decorate the tree and you hang out with your friends and you bake cookies and it's a whole thing. It feels, I mean, I'm going to be honest, it feels great. People look forward to the holidays because they like the lights, they like the presents, they like, decorating and the coziness and it's a whole thing, but the way the devil works and the way the Bible kind of tells us, I don't know the scripture offhand, but it's like, if you were be in the world, not of the world, and if you were of the world would love you. But if so it's kind of like Christians are supposed to be set apart, and we're not supposed to be of the world. Because it's like as soon as anything starts getting popular, that's when you really need to go, what's going on? Because I mean, clearly, I don't think this is a controversial take, really is running the show on our planet and the world. Now, of course, God is like sitting back and like, okay, I'm really in charge here. But I feel like this life experience we're dealing with is just a kind of, people say sometimes, they're like, well, why does God let bad things happen? Why do, if God was this or that, why is there suffering? Why do kids get hurt? I believe God has a plan. I believe God has us. Ultimately, he's got our souls, and we don't know everything, of course. But I think that in this life, what we're doing is we come here with free will and virtually a blank slate in terms of our memory, what knowledge we come here with when we're born. And this is the ultimate chance to act out your beliefs, your allegiances, what you think is important. If there's no proof, there's no embedded foreknowledge that you can access of what's really going on. This is a pretty good exercise in, you know, what are people really about? If they have a choice to follow whatever they want, to do whatever they want, there are some earthly consequences. Sometimes those can be avoided, depending on people's circumstances. But what are people going to choose to do? So I think that there's all this stuff out here, and it's a good test for, like, okay, once you get here and you're in the situation that you're in, and you do have access to information. Clearly, with the internet now, we have access to information. I mean, it's everywhere. So, are we going to look into things more? Are we going to follow the crowd? Are we going to be deceived? And I want to go back to, are we going to follow the crowd? Now, if you are a kid, you kind of don't have a choice. You just show up, people dress you up, you get pictures taken, you have a tree in your house, you can't read, you're going with what is the cultural practice of the time and what your family is doing. I mean, even from the last Bible study, when I was reading about the cross of Tammuz, like I was reading it from the page and I was just reading it. And then I was like, after I heard it back a couple times, I'm like, wait. So does that mean that okay, so cross of Tammuz, it's a T. The cross is in the shape of a T. Okay. But I guess that's the name of the sun god? Tammuz? I mean, nobody talks about this. So it's kind of one of those things where if you find the information, you kind of let it, settle in, and then you think about it a little more and more. Now, I am probably not going to go off on a tangent and research Tammuz. I mean, just the thought of, like, I don't want to research pagan gods anyway, but I believe it. I believe it. I mean, I've checked enough sources to believe that yes, there is a sun god. People do sun worship. And it's just crazy to me. Like, you'd see all these people that were doing all this stuff, like pop stars and celebrities, and you're like, the way they're behaving, they don't seem like Bible believing, Bible trying to live their life that way type of Christians, but yet they're wearing crosses. Even people that were like almost professing Satanists wearing crosses, and you're like, what? But, it's part of the deception, which is wild to me. Like, I'm still trying to process how wild this is. I actually know some people that are professing pagans. Like, they say that's their religion. And I probably shouldn't be surprised. I mean, a lot of people probably know people that say they're pagan. And it's like, okay, that's really, if I was in charge, that wouldn't be the case. But, everybody's making their own choice. And these pagan people I know they love Christmas. They love it. And I thought, that's strange. But they also kind of like mocking Christians too. Because I've heard some of the things that they say, and it's disheartening. But the more I think about it, it's like if you're somebody that's pagan and you're celebrating Yule, which is like a pagan holiday, like on or around December 25th. And as a Christian person, you also know that according to the Bible and the research that was done, Jesus was not born in the winter. He was supposedly born in the springtime or something. That's, what scholars have been able to deduce. You're like, okay, so if pagans are wearing crosses and celebrating Christmas and bringing the tree into the house and all this, it's like, as a Christian, what makes us different from pagans if we're doing the same thing? We're not, sometimes people are Yuletide cheer. We don't even know what that means. But we're like, oh yeah, it's, Yuletide, this or that. And we got to think about it. I think it's in our best interest to think about it. Like, seriously. And I know this isn't a popular thing. Like, the world is carrying on, doing whatever. There are crosses everywhere. There's Christmas trees and people saying Merry Christmas, which crazily, the scripture is true. We have to be careful of what we say. We're running around yelling Merry Death of Christ? Really? Really? And my one of my video editors is Mormon. He's really good. I really, really enjoy working with him. And uh, we were talking, because I was doing the last video for the doll video, and he noticed that I did the Bible study. So he's like, oh, yeah, I'm Mormon. And I was like, oh, we were talking about that and all sorts of stuff. And then he was like, oh, well, you want me to have set you to talk to somebody? And I'm just like, well, I'm not going to become Mormon, but, sure. So he set me up with someone a little closer to where I am. And it was these two 18-year-old kids. And they, the Mormon kids, they do their mission. And I think that's nice. They're trying to proselytize, and that's, we're supposed to share the faith. But since they're 18, I'm not gonna try to like seriously debate them or anything. So, I met these kids, and they were nice, and we talked a little bit. They, I think they were like, oh, this is gonna be a different meeting, but they were sweet, and we hung out for about 20 minutes. And I actually just heard from one of them this morning because we left the meeting, and then it was around the holidays. And so anyway, we were kind of going back and forth a little bit, and I sent him like the article that I read and something else about graven images. And he was like, he's like, oh, well, let me check with somebody, because he wasn't really familiar with it either. So he's like, okay, well, we do the graven images, but it's just because we're like, we're not gonna, it's just like an inspirational thing. We're not gonna take it that seriously. And then I said the thing about the Christmas, because he was like, Merry Christmas. And I was like, we're not supposed to do that either. And he's like, let me talk to somebody. And he gets back to me. He's like, we're not going to take it that seriously. Da da da. I was like, I get it. This is something that's affecting all of us. We're just we're just running around going with the flow and trying our best. And meanwhile, there's this huge thing. Like, pagans are probably just rolling around on the floor laughing at Christians because we're sporting the cross of Tammuz everywhere. We're running around saying Merry Death of Christ. Like, what the world? Oh my goodness. Like, what? It's not funny, but I'm just like, I can't believe this. But I should be able to believe it. I should. Because the devil is like, has all the access to the money and the information and who gets promoted to be like huge. I don't believe that you really get to be super huge and stay there if you're doing the right thing in this world. If you're doing the wrong thing, that gets promoted, that gets rewarded, unfortunately. I mean, God does bless us. I'm grateful for our blessings. God looks out for us, like he looks out for the birds and the ant. It's like, if he cares for the sparrows, of course he cares for us. But this is like our test. We're dealing with this. We're in the world with the devil and demons, and they're running amok. And this is what we're dealing with now. We probably don't have anybody that's going to get some mainstream coverage that's going to be like, all right, the crosses, we need to think about this. This is not a Christian thing. This is a pagan thing. This is a sun god thing. Christmas, what are we saying here? Maybe we shouldn't be doing all of this. Let's talk about it. I I have never heard anybody mainstream getting a wide reach that said that. I've never seen it. So that's why it's up to us to read the Bible, think about it, keep looking for information, online that's directly tied to the Bible, and, just try to live our lives the way we believe God would have us live our lives. Um, we, I don't foresee us changing anything. I mean, this world, I mean, people always talk about the end times, but the Bible does say men will wax worse and worse. The some of the enemies, a man's greatest enemies, will be members of their own household. We see that playing out, and we just have to do the best we can. So that is why I just wanted to make this a Bible talk, because I see these things, and unfortunately they're kind of new to me too. Just stopping to think about what what we're doing, what I'm doing. And maybe if you do want to celebrate like winter, I guess, I mean, I don't want to like walk the line on this. I don't think we should. I don't want to say, lock yourself in your house, wear all beige, don't turn on any lights. Like, I don't know. I don't want to around winter time. I mean, I think if you want to give people presents, you can give them presents. You could give people presents anytime. But just maybe be careful about the imagery that you have on your wrapping paper. Maybe be very careful about what you say, what you get involved in. Maybe, well, not maybe. I personally would not get involved with having a tree. Like, as you could see, I've got that little resin thing on the table because I like it. It's sparkly. It's candy. It's candy themed. So I mean, and even my glitter lanterns, they have trees inside. But I said, okay, it's depicting a scene that's outdoors. It's not a decorated tree. It's got deer in front of it. It's got like some little cardinals, little birds, and like some branches. So I love colorful things. I love, you know, fun colors and fun decorations. But as I'm working through this, I'm trying to make sure that it's not like an idol. It's not a pagan thing. It takes vigilance. It just does. So I just wanted to bring that up, and yeah, I just want to say I don't have anything against people of other faiths or denominations. I myself, my family is Baptist, but the church I was baptized in was a military church, and I think our pastor was Lutheran. So it's one of those things. He was really nice. I miss him. He was a good pastor. That was back in the 80s, so I don't know what the deal is with that now. But and that church has since changed to something else, and I haven't been back. But yeah, I just wanted to say, do your best. I know that there's a lot to see. I love, gingerbread men and snowmen and stuff like that. I think that stuff is okay. Um, but yeah, what else did I want to say? I think I wanted to say something else about the crosses, but I can't think of it right now. Hmm. Cross of Tammuz. Okay, maybe it'll come back to me. But one other thing I wanted to say is a long time ago, maybe, what was it? Maybe 10 years ago? Probably, yeah. I can't believe it. It's like 2026 already. So if it's 2026, this was over 10 years ago. That I had this conversation with somebody, and we were kind of going back and forth about the whole. There was a period where people were kind of running around saying, in the Christian community, they were saying, well, I know I'm saved. Like, I never liked that. I was always like, it's kind of a tortoise in the hare mentality, like that story, the tortoise of the hare in the hare. And I always, that story, I feel like comes in really handy when thinking about a variety of situations, because the whole idea is the hare had this great ability. I mean, it could run really fast, and the tortoise didn't have that. And the hare was just like, I've got this. I'm going to take a nap. I could take a nap at the beginning of this race and it's going to be nothing. Fell asleep and woke up too late to find that the tortoise, was pretty much at the finish line and won the race. And I think that's a cautionary tale to be like, don't be too certain. Don't ever be too certain. Don't ever feel like you've got it. If this life is a test, never stop checking your work until it's over. Always, continually check your work. So don't ever say, I would advise that anyone ever say, I know I'm saved. Like, because you're not the one saving people. God is. Jesus is. And probably the Holy Spirit is. Our lovely three in one. We're not saving ourselves. God is saving us. So, yeah, just keep trying to live your life that way, because according to Matthew 7:13, enter through the narrow gate, for wide is the gate and broad is the way, or broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. And not all that say, what is it? 7:21 through 29, not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. Yeah. So you just don't want to be like taking it lightly. This life is not to be taken lightly. You don't want to be like the hare taking a nap thinking, I know I'm saved. You might wake up at the end of this race and find out, no, that you don't have it. You don't have it. And we have all this time. Thankfully, even if you have a day, spend that day doing the right thing, praying to God to forgive you for your sins, repenting of your sins, finding out how you can do things better. So, according to what God wants us to do. So, yeah, I don't think I remember anything else. Maybe I did already say what I was going to say about the cross of Tammuz. Just, let me take a moment and think about it, and then I'll come back. Okay, I remember. I needed to take a minute and think about what I was going to say about that. One other thing I was going to say about the cross of Tammuz was I've seen a few people online say it, and first time I heard it, it made perfect sense to me, is that, when Christians wear the cross, and we do it because that's what was presented to us. That's a cultural thing. This is just everywhere. People do this. There's cross necklaces, cross this and that, crosses on shirts and clothing, and it's everywhere. Um, if you think about it, as a Christian, it's like if you love someone and they died by, just insert a means here, like, let's say, goodness, yeah, just think of anything. I'm not going to give an example, but a way that a person can pass away, something that causes their death. Would you then make a a symbol of whatever that was and wear that around your neck as a way to remember them. I mean, I think that if you love someone, them passing away is a sad thing to remember. It's not a great thing to remember. And when you remember the people that you love, you try not to think about how they passed away. You try to think about, the good times. I don't think that the people that you love would want you commemorating them by the instrument of their death. So if you're having a graven image of the instrument of their death hanging around your neck, is that the right thing to do? Just from like an everyday standpoint, does that make sense? Is that okay? I kind of don't think so. And, and then also, I think researchers have found that when Jesus was crucified, he wasn't crucified on something that looked like the cross of Tammuz. It was maybe like a crossbar, and it was more in like an uppercase T formation, if anything. So, like, yeah, that that cross has been around for the sun god, and like I said before, you have churches doing sunrise services and people bowing down towards the sun to pray. And we were taught that, that's just, I mean, I'm just going to speak for myself. What I was led to believe is that if you go to a sunrise service, you're doing that because you want to show that you're getting up bright and early to worship. And that you're bowing, I guess if you're going to bow down, you're bowing down towards the sun because, that's symbolizing the start of the new day, the sun coming up. But it's like, yeah, let's examine this stuff. And let's examine the stuff that we do and what we say, because, you know, this is what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be just not blindly following along towards that broad road that's leading to destruction. And the fact that it says, enter through the narrow gate. Let's see. If I think I didn't type this all out, but basically there is a scripture that says, there are few that find it. Yeah. Many enter through it. But go into the narrow gate. Yeah, I think if you continue reading Matthew 7. Yeah, so the whole idea of, that some people hold, that it's not so serious, you don't have to think about it that much, just try to be a good person and everything will work out okay. I don't, that's not what we're told. It's not enough to just be a good person. You have to have Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior. That's a huge part of it, And then, of course, if you're saying, Lord, Lord, and God is like, get away from me, I don't know you, you're an evildoer, you can't just have this and then live a different way. So it is important to take it seriously because there is a narrow gate. And apparently, the road to destruction is broad and many enter through it. So we can't say, oh, I know I'm saved. I think that's just setting yourself up to not take all of this as seriously as it needs to be taken. And then just, do your best. Get the information you can from the Bible and do your best. And that's all I can offer. Because I wish I could be like, of course, I wish I could be like, do this, and this, and everything's going to be perfect. No, because it's not up to me. It's not up to me, and that's probably a very good thing, because God is amazing, and He's got this, and I know it's going to be, it's already truly, truly amazing. But, yeah, just keep going, keep trying to repent of your sins and do the right thing, and keep praying to God for help with that. And, that's what we'll do our whole life. Just keep going in that direction, doing that, and not taking anything lightly, because it is very important if that's what you want and that's where you want to go. If that's where you want to go, if you want to go through the narrow gate, keep finding ways to find that particular path, and use the Bible to do it. So I think that's it for the Bible talk. Yeah, a little shorter this time, but some things that I was thinking about lately. So yeah, yeah. God bless you. You know, just do the best you can. All right, love you. Bye bye.
Imagination.